Martial Peak. Chapter 4472 Collapse. Move! Lin Feng shoved the sluggish young man blocking his way aside and rushed over to Zhao Xing. He helped Zhao Xing up and reached out to examine his aura quickly before his expression changed drastically. Ning Daoran also came over hurriedly and asked nervously, "How is he?" Lin Feng's expression was grim as he swiftly took out a bottle of spirit pills. He opened the bottle and pried Zhao Xing's mouth open before pouring the entire bottle into his mouth. Be that as it may, blood continued to gush out of Zhao Xing's mouth. He couldn't even swallow the spirit pills. Lin Feng tried multiple times, but his attempts were all unsuccessful. All of a sudden, Zhao Xing's turbid eyes shone with a horrifying light. He grabbed Lin Feng by the arm and sputtered, "Avenge me!" After saying that, something seemed to escape his body rapidly. His body might not have changed much, but the scene resembled a balloon that had been popped. A dense world force swept throughout their surroundings. All the rest of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, from the cave heavens and paradises, turned pale at the sight. His small universe collapsed. Not far away, Huangani murmured in a daze. They might not have witnessed something like this before, but that did not stop them from recognizing the phenomenon. The small universe in Zhao Xing's body had collapsed. That was the only reason for this phenomenon, where the world force had dissipated so violently to occur. Since the root of an open heaven realm master lay in their small universe, the only ending following its collapse was death. The escaping world force slowly calmed down. When they looked over again, Zhao Xing was completely devoid of life. His two eyes were glaring forward furiously. Embers of hatred remained burning in his pale orbs, seemingly not yet extinguished. Zhao Xing had died. A core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Zhao Xing, was dead. In a direct clash with Yang Kai, it had taken less than a dozen breaths for him to be beaten so badly that his small universe collapsed and he died. Lin Feng and Ning Daoran looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He never imagined that the other party would be so weak as to succumb to a few punches. It was not like he had planned to kill anybody, but it seemed he used a little too much strength. In reality, since his advancement into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, until now, Yang Kai had fought many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but all of them had been veterans like Mao Zhao and Zhu Xian, so their small universes were far more robust. They might be no match for him, but they could still exchange a few hundred blows with him at least. Are all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so weak? Upon further consideration, Yang Kai realized that the small universes in the bodies of these newly advanced Open Heaven Realm Master weren't even stable yet, so it was certainly easy for them to collapse under a violent bombardment. This was all a big accident, but now that things had reached this point, Yang Kai's gaze turned solemn as he shot a look at Huigu. Huigu immediately felt his heart clench at the sight, as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. He wanted to silence all the witnesses. Lin Feng immediately noticed the spike in Yang Kai's murderous intent. Seeing the look on Yang Kai's, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted to the crowd, "Why are you still standing there?" Ning Daoran also quickly reacted. Still in a state of shock, he stood in front of Yang Kai and blocked his sight while shouting, "Brother Yang, please calm yourself." "Move!" Yang Kai glared at Ning Daoran aggressively. A faint sheen of sweat oozed out of Ning Daoran's forehead, but he did not budge as he earnestly said, "Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. If you really do this, then everything will be over." The newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around them were still in a state of shock after witnessing Zhao Xing's death. None of them could recover so quickly. Lin Feng was both furious and anxious as he yelled, "Do you all want to die? Why are you still standing there?" While speaking, he tossed Zhao Xing's corpse at Huang and Yi and urged them desperately, "Scram." Huang and Yi hurriedly caught Zhao Xing's corpse, and finally returned to his senses, as he felt Yang Kai's murderous intent locked firmly onto him. It was difficult not to notice, hence his expression changed immediately. Carrying Zhao Xing's corpse in his arms, he hurriedly escaped. Only then did the rest of the newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters snap back to the present, each of them transforming into a stream of light that swiftly escaped. Lin Feng stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. Stopping next to Ning Dao Ran, he stared straight into Yang Kai's eyes and declared, "Brother Yang, if you really wish to silence the witnesses, then please start with Brother Ning and I. Rest assured, we will not resist. Since we left the grand ancient ruins boundary, we have both owed you our lives. We will just be repaying our life debt to you." Yang Kai glared at Lin Feng coldly as the latter returned his stare, without revealing any weaknesses. After a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes and took a deep breath. By the time he opened his eyes again, the sharp light in them had faded, and only a sea of warmth remained. Smiling, he shook his head and spoke, "What nonsense are you two thinking?" Lin Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you reconsidered." While Lin Feng looked calm, he could still feel cold sweat dripping down his back. Judging from the way Yang Kai killed Zhao Xing just now, both he and Ning Dao Ran would definitely not be able to stop Yang Kai even if they worked together. Lin Feng sighed once more before speaking earnestly. "Please don't blame us. We were only acting in your best interests. Killing Zhao Xing might not be a trivial matter, but there could still be room for maneuver if he is the only one. On the other hand, there will be no going back if you actually slaughtered the rest." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Su Linggong had announced that deaths would not be questioned during the Dao Theory Assembly, and that there was to be no resentment no matter who died on the prison star. Be that as it may, those words were mere words. If any of the Cave Heavens and Paradise's core disciples were to die, the great forces behind them would never let the matter go. Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, and a genius who advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Given enough time, he could have become one of the pillars of Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, he died at Yang Kai's hands. The grudge that formed between them was bound to run deep. This was an accident as Yang Kai never intended to kill Zhao Xing, but what was done. Yang Kai looked down at his wrist and saw nearly 80 stars. He originally had close to 70 stars, while Zhao Crossing had approximately 30. Following Zhao Xing's death, his achievements had been transferred to the others who were close by. Yang Kai was not the only person standing next to Zhao Xing earlier, so both Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran gained an equal share. Such great achievements would basically guarantee Yang Kai the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly. Hence, there was nothing else he needed to do now. All that was left was to sit back and wait. "Let's go." Yang Kai composed his emotions and gathered the others. Killing Zhao Xing might have been an accident, but he was destined to have a feud with Thousand Cranes Paradise now. He could not imagine how powerful the heritage of a paradise would be. However, it was a little crazy to think that he could stop them with his current cultivation as a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Strength. I need even greater strength. Unfortunately, what Yang Kai needed at his level of cultivation, in order to get stronger, was time. Refining open heaven pills and resources of various orders all required great amounts of time. He couldn't accomplish much overnight. The hidden place Gupan mentioned was located in the middle of a mountain range. There was a hidden cave at the foot of a certain mountain, one that was almost impossible to notice unless one was searching carefully. After entering the cave and walking for several kilometers, they arrived at a kind of utopia. The scenery in this place was extremely beautiful and peaceful. Therefore, they settled in and quietly waited for the Dao Theory Assembly to end. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others would occasionally gather together to drink tea, or discuss the Dao, or exchange various secret techniques. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, they lived in peace. They were all newly advanced Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was only natural that they had many common topics to discuss. Besides, exchanging their respective cultivation experiences allowed everybody to gain something from each other. Hui Gu was a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and the amount of time he spent in this realm was several times longer than the rest of them combined, so he naturally had far more say when it came to matters of cultivation in this realm. His occasional guidance would also give Yang Kai and the others flashes of inspiration. Although Yang Kai was much stronger than Lin Feng and the others, They came from various cave heavens and paradises. Hence, they had come into contact with many things that he had never heard of before. Yang Kai learned many interesting things over the months of their interaction. On a certain day, the people chatting away happily suddenly stiffened in surprise and looked down at their golden wristbands. A distinct wave of spiritual energy was now pulsing from these wristbands. They lowered their heads to perceive the phenomenon and immediately realized they had received a divine sense message. The Tao Theory Assembly is finally ending. Lin Feng slowly got to his feet. There's another half a month's time before the exit opens, but we should start making preparations. Needless to say, nobody had any objections. As there was nothing to pack, they simply prepared to set off on their journey a short while later. Huigu sent them off as he had no way to follow them on this trip, since he was still considered a prison star criminal. Nevertheless, he had written his name down on the loyalty list, so he believed that Yang Kai would not ignore him. Wait here for a while. I will talk to the people of Yinyang Cave Heaven later to negotiate your freedom, Yang Kai instructed. I will obey your orders, sir, Huigu responded with a bow. Lin Feng, Ning Dao ran, and Gu Pan watched quietly from the side. If they had not witnessed Yang Kai's strength for themselves, it would have been difficult for them to understand why a veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be so obedient towards him. At first, they believed that Huigu had struck up a deal with Yang Kai to cooperate with each other in exchange for something. It was not until later that they realized the truth. These two had a master-servant relationship between them. Let's go, Yang Kai called out, wrapping his energy around Lu Jing before he rose into the sky. Su Shui mentioned that the Prison Star Grand Array's exit would open once more when the one-year period was up. Moreover, the location of the exit was specified in the Divine Sense message from earlier. For that reason, what they needed to do was to rush to the location and arrive within the time limit. They set off half a month in advance, so there was no urgency in terms of time. As they soared across the sky, the small group saw some of the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly flying out from their hiding places to follow behind them. These participating cultivators had remained in hiding all this while, probably to avoid Prison League's hunt. It was only natural for them to quickly follow along when they noticed several Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading the way forward. Joining this powerful group would give them a sense of security. Otherwise, they basically had no power to resist if they encountered the Prison League along the way. Yang Kai and the others ignored these people since they were only following at a distance and did not dare to approach too closely. More than 10 days later, Yang Kai's group finally arrived at the specified location. There was a large rock that had been cut smooth to form something similar to a platform there, and it seemed the exit would appear above it. It was just that there was not a single person around at a glance. However, it was revealed that many people were hiding nearby when they scanned the area. It was obvious that many people had arrived in advance, but they did not dare to reveal themselves easily, choosing to remain in hiding. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4473, You Can't Touch Him. Yang Kai and the others landed directly on the platform. Then, they each found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Their arrival could be considered early. After all, there were still 3 days left until the return passage opened. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived, most of them in small groups that simply decided to wait nearby. Meanwhile, the cultivators who came early and concealed their presences gradually revealed themselves. At first, Yang Kai was vigilant as to whether the Prison League would make a move, but in the end and to his surprise, they did not show up. Even Huang and Yi and the rest were nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where they were hiding. 3 days later, the entire prison star rumbled noticeably. Everybody looked up to see a rainbow bridge swiftly spreading out across the sky. One end of the rainbow bridge connected to the depths of the void, while the other end extended above the platform. Yang Kai, Lin Feng, and the others glanced at each other and nodded lightly. It's finally over. Yang Kai stood up and, bringing Lu Jing with him, he was the first to step onto the rainbow bridge. Just like when he was first transported into the prison star, he immediately felt the world spinning around him. His vision distorted and changed rapidly, and by the time he recovered, he had already appeared in the palace square, where he first departed from. There were a dozen or so chairs lined up on the stage above the palace square. Moreover, there was a high-rank open heaven realm master from the various cave heavens and paradises sitting in each chair. The one sitting in the center was none other than Su Linggong. Oh! Su Linggong couldn't help looking surprised to see that the first person to return was Yang Kai. Although being the first to return did not represent anything, being the first to step on the Rainbow Bridge, under those circumstances, was undoubtedly a symbol of strength. This brat's performance seems to be rather unexpected. Su Linggong nodded lightly. Speaking of which, he might have forced Yang Kai to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, but he had not expected much from him. He simply did not want to wrong his own disciple. Chu Huashang was a core disciple who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. Even if she married somewhere else, she had to marry a young handsome man, whose aptitude was equal to hers. How could those old men whose lifetime limit was the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm dare to covet her? The purpose of making special arrangements for Yang Kai was to disrupt the plans of the other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong wanted to force them into a position where they had to dispatch their core disciples to participate in the event, and his plan had worked perfectly. After those rising stars participated in the event, the level and quality of the Tao Theory Assembly immediately increased by a large margin. At the same time, Yinyang Cave Heaven's pride was also protected. The only thing that remained uncertain was who would win the top spot in this event. Lin Feng, Ning Dao Ran, and Gu Pan emerged closely behind Yang Kai. Afterwards, numerous figures appeared. They were all cultivators who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Soon the square was filled with people. Divine senses surged as the elders of the great forces quietly questioned their juniors about the results of this event, and whether or not their juniors sustained any injuries. On the other hand, the elders whose juniors and disciples did not appear couldn't help feeling anxious and worried. The prison star was not a forgiving place, and every single criminal locked up inside was heinous and evil. If anything were to happen in that place, the outcome would most likely be death. For the next hour, more than 100 people gathered in the square. At this point, the number of cultivators returning from the prison star had obviously reduced to an infrequent trickle. There was even a long period where not a single person came back. Many elders who led their disciples here became increasingly solemn. If their juniors failed to appear after so long, then it could only mean that they were dead. The manner in which the Tao Theory Assembly was conducted had been completely out of their expectations. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be held on the prison star, they would never have brought their juniors here. It was a pity that Su Linggong's last-moment changes to the Tao Theory Assembly were something that nobody could have predicted. Not only were many of the elders of the second-class great forces who led their teams here looking grim, but even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, sitting in the dozen or so chairs above the square, were starting to look solemn. This couldn't be helped though, as out of more than dozen or so core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, only 3 had come out so far. The others were nowhere to be seen. This doesn't make any sense. Su Linggong maintained a smile on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a beating drum inside. He had mentioned that the Tao Theory Assembly was not a game, and that the participants would be responsible for their own lives. Nevertheless, he would be held partially responsible for this incident, due to his position as the organizer of the Tao Theory Assembly. If so many core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had lost their lives on the prison star. Just as he was hesitating over whether to send Suing Shui to question Yang Kai about the situation in the prison star, the rainbow bridge connecting to the prison star suddenly fluctuated again. Su Linggong was stunned by the sight. This phenomenon could only mean that somebody was returning from the prison star. In addition, there were quite a number of them. In the next moment, numerous figures appeared in the square, as many as 100 of them in total. Most of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were filled with a slight sense of relief, and their nerves finally relaxed when they saw their core disciples. On the contrary, one of them stood up abruptly. His eyes widened as he looked down with an expression of disbelief. Then, he rushed into the crowd with a shift of his figure. The aura of a seventh-order open heaven realm master spread out unchecked, and the participating cultivators, who just returned, were immediately pushed off balance by the impact. Those who were slightly weaker went pale, and blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths. "Martial Uncle Zwa," Huang Yi called out sorrowfully. The elderly man in front of him was somebody he recognized as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, as well as Zhao Xing's honored master. Zhuo Quanhui stared blankly at the corpse in Huang Yi's arms, and after reaching out to check for Zhao Xing's aura, his body trembled slightly, and his slightly short figure seemed to droop considerably. Who did this? Although he asked lightly, Huang Yi could sense the suppressed rage in Zhuo Quanhui's voice. It felt like a volcano that was about to erupt was hidden in his chest. "Voidlands Yongkai." Huang Yi pointed out Yongkai in the crowd. Zhuo Quanhui abruptly turned around, his eyes crimson. Like a wild beast that was about to devour its prey, his gaze crossed over the crowd to fix fiercely upon Yongkai's body. His gaze was so sharp that he could almost slice through space all by itself. "Die!" Without any hesitation, he reached out his hand towards Yongkai and roared. Following a violent surge of the world force, Huang Yi, who had been standing beside Zhuo Quanhui, went pale with fright and was sent flying from the fallout. Faced with the furious assault of a veteran seventh-order open heaven realm master, Yongkai simply stood there indifferently and did not bother to move a single muscle. In contrast, Lin Feng, Ning Daoran, and Gu Pan swiftly came to stand in front of Yongkai, surging their respective strength as they pushed their palms forward. Lin Feng shouted, "Senior, please calm down." "Get out of my way, juniors." Zhuo Quanhui roared furiously. World force flared, and at the same time, he slammed his palm at Lin Feng and the others once each. His actions were as quick as lightning, but fortunately he was not completely blinded by his rage. His attacks might be overpowering, but they were not meant to kill Lin Feng and the others. Hong hong hong. Lin Feng and the others quickly retreated backwards, their complexions deathly pale. After repelling Lin Feng and the others, Zhuo Quanhui's moves became much more violent. He reached out his large hand, like a claw that covered the entire sky. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yongkai. "This is Yinyang Cave Heaven." Su Linggong stood there like a mountain, his clothes flapping wildly as his hair that was tied behind his head flew about. He lightly clenched one fist and slowly pushed it out. "Why are you acting so presumptuously?" "Hong." There was a loud explosion, and Su Linggong's figure slumped slightly. On the other hand, Zhuo Quanhui was forced several meters back through the air. Both were seventh-order open heaven realm masters, who had advanced many years ago, so the difference in their strength was not very apparent. This exchange of blows had ended in a draw. Zhuo Quanhui felt his rage surging. His most precious and prized legacy disciple had been killed. Hence, his eyes were dyed red with rage. Even though Su Linggong blocked his charge, he continued forward recklessly, only to be stopped by Su Linggong once more. On the other hand, the elders of Lin Feng and the other two received divine sense messages from their juniors. Although they were not certain about the exact situation inside the prison star, they could tell that these three were connected to Zhao Xing's death. What's more, the fact that Lin Feng and the others had stood up to stop Zhuo Quanhui made it difficult for them to remain on the sidelines. 3 seventh-order open heaven realm masters leaped forward and worked together with Su Linggong to stop Zhuo Quanhui. One of them said, "Brother Zhuo, calm down. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the juniors." "That's right. Brother Zhuo, stop for a moment. It's not too late to act after getting the full story." Zhuo Quanhui was in a 4-against-1 situation, so how could he win? His several attempts were fruitless, so he was so furious that he roared. All of a sudden, his hostile gaze swept over Su Linggong and the other three. "Are you all really going to stop me?" Su Linggong quickly said, "It is not that this old master wants to stop you, but rather that you are acting too outrageously. Don't forget, this is Yinyang Cave Heaven, not Thousand Cranes Paradise." Zhuo Quanhui pointed at Yongkai standing at the back. "That little bastard killed my disciple." Su Linggong snorted. One is responsible for their own life during the Tao Theory Assembly. You should have been mentally prepared for Zhao Xing to be killed when you let him join. Stop being a hypocrite. If your disciple had been killed instead, you would not be spouting such nonsense. Su Linggong replied. My disciple would not be such a waste. You. Zhuo Quanhui felt his rage ready to explode. The blood in his chest churned and a sweetness filled his throat, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Su Linggong, hand that brat to me and this Zhuo will owe you a favor. Su Linggong glanced back at Yang Kai, while Yang Kai just grinned back at him, looking so calm that it made his stomach sick. Damn it! Isn't this brat too good at causing trouble? How could he dare to kill a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Who gave him the courage? If you're going to kill him, then you should have made sure it couldn't be traced back to you. Don't let somebody catch hold of your weakness. This matter just had to be exposed here. For a time, Su Linggong was not sure whether arranging for Yang Kai to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly had been worth it now. Still, he turned back and declared. He came to participate in Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. His actions are within the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly, so Yinyang Cave Heaven will bear responsibility for the consequences. You want to protect him still? Zhuo Quanhui shouted. Su Linggong glared at Zhuo Quanhui coldly. You can't touch him. For eyes met as vague sparks filled the air. After a long while, Zhuo Quanhui finally nodded. Good. Let's see how long you can protect him for then. I will remember this, boy. Sooner or later, this monarch will twist your head off. While speaking, he came to Huang and Yi's side, and took Zhao Xing's corpse with trembling hands. Following that, he soared into the sky and left. It was obvious that he did not wish to stay here for another moment longer. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4474, How could it be him? Zhuo Quanhui's legacy disciple had been killed. He had completely fallen out with Su Linggong just now, and he was unable to kill his enemy, who was right in front of him. It was no surprise that he was in no mood to stay. Su Linggong did not stop Zhuo Quanhui, and simply watched until his figure disappeared out of sight before he coldly snorted. Continue. With a leap of his figure, he returned to his seat. Likewise, the elders of Lin Feng and the others also returned to their seats upon seeing that the situation had calmed down. On the other hand, many participating cultivators in the palace square were looking at Yang Kai in horror. They might not have known what happened before, but how could they remain ignorant now? It turned out that Zhao Xing of Thousand Cranes Paradise had been killed. Void Land's Yang Kai. How could he be so bold? Even the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting on the stage were looking at Yang Kai with displeasure. Zhao Xing might be a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise, but throughout history, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had always been staunch allies. If Yang Kai dared to kill Zhao Xing, then it meant that he dared to kill anyone. It was only natural that they found a person like that displeasing. Ignoring all the strange looks from the crowd, Yang Kai continued to stand there motionlessly. Lin Feng and the other two approached him once more while Ning Dao Ran sent him a divine sense message. Brother Yang, you must be careful in the future. Zhuo Quanhui is Zhao Xing's honored master, and he will never let this matter go. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I know. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to silence the witnesses to his crime back then. But judging from the current situation, he might not have been able to kill every single one of them even if he attacked them at the time. These Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all had their respective methods to protect themselves, so they were not that easy to kill and news would have leaked out eventually. Acting rashly would only have caused feuds with even more of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Following the return of those 100 or so people, the Rainbow Bridge became quiet once more. Nobody else returned after that. As a result, Elder Zhuobu Kun of Myriad Demons Heaven, Elder Yuhuan of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and Elder Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise looked very solemn. This couldn't be helped as more than a dozen Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, had participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. Excluding Zhao Xing who was killed, all the others had basically returned except for the disciples of these three sects. The situation with Myriad Demons Heaven was not too bad, as the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm disciple, known as Mo Sheng, had returned from the prison star and was currently standing quietly among the crowd. Zhuobu Kun secretly sent a transmission and questioned Mo Sheng about the situation. Then, his expression became even more gloomy. He learned from Mo Sheng that Pei Wenxian and Yin Xen Zhao had been ambushed by many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League, and their fate was uncertain. Meanwhile, Mo Sheng was lucky enough to escape alive. After waiting for another half an hour, Zhuobu Kun and the others could no longer sit still when they saw that nobody else was returning. The three of them pressured Su Linggong to allow them to enter the prison star in person, so that they could search for traces of Pei Wenxian, Yin Xen Zhao, and the others. Su Linggong reassured them repeatedly, all while murmuring to himself in his heart, "Those bastards on the prison star better not have been ignorant enough to dare to kill the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises." An unexpected incident had already occurred earlier, but only Zhao Xing had died in that incident. If Pei Wenxian and the others had died on the prison star as well, then the Dao Theory Assembly would turn into a huge disaster. Su Linggong could withstand the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise if it was alone, but if 3 more sects were added, things would become untenable. He would probably be punished by Yin Yang Cave Heaven as a result. He secretly regretted his actions, as it seemed he had overplayed his hand in this Dao Theory Assembly. In order to appease Zhuobu Kun and the other elders, he quickly sent Suing Shui and Qing Kuei to the prison star to inquire about the situation. Those two rushed into the Rainbow Bridge and returned together not long afterwards. Suing Shui whispered something in Su Linggong's ear which caused him to nod lightly. With his expression relaxed considerably, Su Linggong turned around and said something to Zhuobu Kun and the others. Only then did Zhuobu Kun and the others calm down. "Good. The Dao Theory Assembly ends here. You've all worked hard for the past year, so it is now time to examine the results. Let's see who obtained the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly." Su Linggong sat upright in his chair, and after his speech, he gave a slight wave of his hand. Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples who had been prepared in advance flew down immediately and landed in the square. They each cast secret techniques to remove the golden wristbands around the participants' wrists and record their achievements. Compared with their original number, the surviving participants had been reduced by more than half, with those missing almost certainly having died on the prison star. The elders who brought their juniors to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly couldn't help looking sad and gloomy. Most of the second-class great forces had originally hoped to ride on the coattails of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and soar straight to success. That was why they had brought the most elite cultivators from their respective sects to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly. With the number of people who died on the prison star, though, it could be said that their losses were heavy. But who could have known that Su Linggong would play such tricks during the Dao Theory Assembly that was only held to choose a husband for Chu Huashang? It was too late for regrets now. An incense stick later, all the scores had been counted with the golden wristbands having been retrieved and placed on a table in front of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters swept a glance over the golden wristbands and quickly noticed the one with the most stars. The main reason was that the number of stars on this golden wristband was so high that the others couldn't even compare. There was no need to search carefully at all. "It looks like the top spot belongs to this person." Su Linggong chuckled, turning to look around him. "I wonder which sect this junior belongs to." Many of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters smiled reservedly as one of them said, "We'll know once we check." In their opinion, it was impossible for their disciples to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, even if they took the top spot. They were forced to send their core disciples to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly. But it was simply to preserve everybody's face. Core disciples who advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were potential 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who would willingly let go of such talents. As for how things would end if one of their core disciples obtained the top spot, it was bound to be an argument with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. In any case, they all had long lives, so bickering for several hundred or even thousands of years was not a problem. They could even use this kind of argument to relieve their boredom. Su Linggong smiled faintly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Be that as it may, these core disciples had participated in the Tao Theory Assembly and would be named a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law if they won the top spot. How could he allow any objections or resistance? Even if he had to use force, he would make sure that the person remained here. As such, he grabbed the golden wristband and looked inside it. 2 large characters printed on the golden wristband entered his vision, and the smile on his face abruptly stiffened. How can it be him? Su Linggong was absolutely stunned. When the golden wristbands were being recovered, the Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples in charge of recovering them were tasked with engraving the names of the participants onto them. Each golden wristband corresponded to only one person, so there could be no mistakes. In other words, the name and score recorded on this golden wristband was completely accurate. Brother Su seems to have been met with quite a pleasant surprise. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who spoke up earlier, couldn't help making a joke when he saw the strange expression on Su Linggong's face. At the same time, he glanced at the golden wristband in Su Linggong's hand and immediately looked stunned at the result. The 2 large characters on the golden wristband shone so brightly with a golden light that he nearly couldn't open his eyes. Who is it? Who took the top spot? Somebody else looked over curiously. Everybody who saw the results couldn't help falling silent and wrinkling their brow. The reason why they sent their core disciples to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly was to prevent this exact situation. But contrary to their expectations, their efforts proved fruitless, even though more than a dozen 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had participated. Suing Shui and Qing Kuei, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this time, saw the 2 large characters on the golden wristband from the beginning. Yang Kai. They couldn't help feeling absolutely shocked. Moreover, the number of stars on this golden wristband was almost twice that of the second place, so there was no comparison. This result was simply overwhelming. He took the top spot. They exchanged a glance with each other, feeling a little incredulous. Yang Kai might also be in the 6th-order Open Heaven realm, but his background was nothing special. He did not have any elders teaching him or providing him with resources, artifacts, or powerful techniques. Therefore, there should be a huge gap between him and the 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Now, however, it seemed it was the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises who were very far behind him. When they allowed Yang Kai to enter the Tao Theory Assembly, neither Su Linggong, Suing Shui, nor Qing Kuei held many expectations for him. Su Linggong's original intention was only to muddy the waters of the Tao Theory Assembly with the help of a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai. They never imagined that they would stumble upon such fortune. Suing Shui came back to her senses and immediately sent a message to Chu Huashang, who was waiting for news. When she told Chu Huashang about the results, she could only imagine how happy her junior sister would be. It was just that the current atmosphere was a little strange. Many participants standing below, including the elders of the great forces, who led their teams here, were eagerly waiting for Su Linggong to announce the results. However, Su Linggong and the dozen or so high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters fell into an eerie silence. Nevertheless, Su Linggong quickly came back to his senses. It might be unexpected, but the result that came out was not something he could not accept. Holding up the golden wristband in his hand and revealing the 2 large characters to the crowd, he raised his voice and announced, "The winner of the Tao Theory Assembly is Voidland's Yang Kai." As soon as that statement came out, everybody turned to look at Yang Kai again. Lin Feng cupped his fist. Congratulations. Likewise, Ning Dao Ran and Gu Pan also congratulated Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai was not sure how to respond. Although he knew that he would obtain the top spot with no issues, winning first place in the Tao Theory Assembly meant that he would become a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. In other words, he would have to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. But, I don't want to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Besides, how am I supposed to explain this to Su Yan and the others? For a time, Yang Kai suffered a headache and gastric pains. Many thanks for coming from afar to participate in Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. This event has ended on a successful note. In 3 days, this monarch will hold a banquet. Please be sure to show up. Su Linggong announced. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of the second-class Great Forces quickly responded to his invitation, while one of the elders from the Cave Heavens and Paradises stood up. Brother Su, there is something I need to attend to back in the sect. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the banquet. Let's meet again in the future. After saying that, he summoned his disciples and soared into the sky. Su Linggong did not stop them. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters slowly got up one after another to leave with their respective disciples. It did not take long before only the elders of Myriad Demons Heaven, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and Azure Nether Paradise remained. They wanted to leave, but their disciples were still on the prison star, so they couldn't depart even if they wanted to. They glanced at each other, with helpless expressions on their faces. The result of the Tao Theory Assembly could be said to have embarrassed all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Outsiders would not think too much once the results of this event got out. All they would know was that Voidland's Yang Kai had suppressed more than a dozen sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises to come out on top and win the Tao Theory Assembly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4475 Son-in-Law. Junior Brother Yang, please rest here for now. I need to help Honored Master handle the rest of the Tao Theory Assembly. Then I'll come and speak with you. After Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to the reception hall on a certain spirit peak, he patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. His attitude was undoubtedly more affectionate compared to before. Yang Kai had taken the top spot, and could now be considered a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. With this status set in stone, it was not strange that Qing Kuei's attitude would change with a connection like that. Qing Kuei might not have imagined such an outcome at first, but it was what Chu Huashang had been hoping for. So as her senior brother, he was happy for her. Please go ahead, senior brother. Yang Kai cupped his fist lightly. Qing Kuei winked at Yang Kai. Don't you dare mess around. What? Yang Kai was flabbergasted. However, Qing Kuei had already turned around and left. Watching Qing Kuei's figure disappearing out of sight, Yang Kai finally shook his head before he turned around and walked towards the palace. There were maidservants elegantly bowing to him on both sides who all gave a crisp greeting. Greetings, young master. These Yinyang Cave Heaven maidservants were all in the Emperor realm. Moreover, their figures and appearances were far above average. Their slim waists and ample peaks were very eye-catching. Yang Kai gave a non-committal response, but just as he was about to enter the palace, his gaze suddenly landed on a certain maidservant, and he failed to stifle his laughter. Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here? The maidservant had her head lowered so that her hair covered her face, but even though she was trying hard to disguise herself, how could she hide from his keen eyes? Chu Huashang looked up and smiled at him when he saw through her ruse and quipped, "Have I been discovered?" While speaking, she walked over and reached out to hold his arm. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm without hesitation as she murmured sweetly, "You've worked hard, junior brother." He smiled. "It's nothing." There was really nothing difficult about the Tao Theory Assembly for Yang Kai. As with his current strength, there was basically nothing on the prison star that could endanger him, as long as he was not besieged by the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Prison League. Chu Huasheng then instructed the rest of the maidservants. "My fiancé has worked hard for a whole year. Prepare the scented bath." "Yes," the maidservants around them quickly responded. A short while later, a huge bath was filled with warm water. Colorful flower petals floated on the surface while little waves made the water sparkle and steam permeated the air. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the bath and soaked his body in the water. This scented bath was probably filled with all sorts of expensive spirit herbs that had the effect of relieving fatigue and relaxing the spirit. There might not have been any danger on the prison star, but it was quite tiring after spending a year there. Hence, his fatigue was greatly relieved at this moment. Yang Kai was generally not one to enjoy such luxuries. However, he simply went with the flow since Chu Huashang had made these arrangements for him. Suddenly, the sound of fine footsteps rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, and saw several slender figures slowly walking towards him through the hazy steam filling the air. Waving his hand dismissively, Yang Kai declared, "Stop. I don't need your service." Those people ignored his instructions, however, and continued walking over. When they drew closer, Yang Kai discovered that these maidservants were only dressed in gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Their most precious places gleamed in and out of sight amidst the steam. They lowered their heads and entered the water lightly with slightly blushing faces. Disregarding whether he approved or not, they pressed against him from both sides and carefully helped to wash his body for him. The situation left Yang Kai absolutely uncomfortable, and just as he was about to leap out, he suddenly heard a peal of giggling and charming laughter. "Junior brother, are you feeling shy?" The voice came from behind him, and leaning his head back, he looked up and saw Chu Huashang crouching in front of him, smiling down at him. The beautiful womanly scenery under her skirt was faintly discernible, so he could only withdraw his gaze speechlessly and mutter, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Chu Huashang reached out her hand and made a light sliding movement. Slowly stroking her fingers over his firm chest, she murmured softly, "I heard you speak so eloquently about the yin-yang union cultivation in the past, so I thought you were a veteran of such matters. It turns out that you were just talking big. Senior sister, be careful when playing with fire. You might accidentally burn yourself. Most people won't be able to withstand my passion once this junior brother gets started." Yang Kai closed his eyes slightly and suddenly understood why Qin Kuei told him not to mess around before leaving. Chu Huashang giggled softly, "Go ahead and burn with passion. These girls can help you put out that fire if you're willing." The maidservants helping him wash his body on both sides flushed even redder. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang leaned down lightly and exhaled an orchid scent next to his ear. "Junior brother, can you really hold yourself back? After this, I'm going to be cultivating in retreat for 100 years. You can devour every single person here if you want, including me." Yang Kai grabbed her small hands that were wandering across his chest and declared, "Senior sister, stop fooling around." In response, she pouted, "How boring." Releasing her hand, he asked one question in concern, "Senior sister, do you really have to cultivate in retreat for 100 years? She nodded, "That's right. This is supposed to be one of the methods for the sect to protect me. Since it has been announced to the public, we cannot fake it. But it doesn't matter. It will only be for 100 years. I've only just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm anyway. So this is actually perfect for me to carefully consolidate my cultivation." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I'm glad you think so, senior sister." He couldn't help feeling slightly relieved. These 100 years could be considered a buffering period. Although he had won the top spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, and was now a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law in name, many things could change in a century. Chu Huashang might have different ideas by the time she comes out of her seclusion. After Yang Kai was bathed and dressed by the maidservants, he thoroughly learned how passionate a woman from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven could be. Throughout the entire process, Chu Huashang not only showed no intention to shy away, but watched everything with great interest. However, Chu Huashang did not stay for long, because Suing Shui soon rushed over to take her away. Before they left, Suing Shui even threw a fierce and dirty glare at Yang Kai that made him feel like he was wronged. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Su Linggong hosted a banquet for all the representatives of the great forces who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly. The banquet was held on the open-air platform of a wondrous spirit peak, making for a grand and lively scene. Yang Kai had been magnificently dressed up by Yin-Yang Cave Heaven in festive red robes, to the point that those who didn't know better would have thought that he was getting married today. In addition, he was seated in the first spot to the left and below Su Linggong's seat. Young girls sang and danced in the square, showing off their beauty to the fullest. Plate after plate of delicacies were presented to the table, while precious vintage, wine emitted a charming fragrance. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively as masters from various great territories weaved about the crowd and exchanged drinks with each other. Such a large-scale gathering was rare across the whole 3,000 worlds. Although many of their disciples suffered disastrous defeat, and even death in the process, this was still an opportunity for these people to build relationships with other great forces and open up new opportunities for their own sects. Therefore, except for the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises who left early, everybody else was basically in attendance. Yang Kai looked at Pei Wenxian and Yin Xan Zhao sitting opposite him, feeling absolutely speechless. After being ambushed by the Prison League, Yang Kai had used his space principles to escape along with Hui Gu, Lu Jing, and Wu Kuang, leaving Pei Wenxian and Yin Xan Zhao behind. Yang Kai thought that those two would definitely end up dead, but who could have known that they would survive? What is wrong with the Prison League? Why didn't they kill them? Yang Kai frowned slightly and quietly sent a transmission to Qing Kuei to ask about the situation. Only then did he learn the entire story. The truth was that the Prison League had not killed Yin Xan Zhao or Pei Wenxian. Additionally, they even caught another core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise later. Even Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch knew that the core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises could not be killed, at will, as doing so would surely invite the wrath of the cave heavens and paradises. If that were to happen, they might not enjoy a peaceful life even if they hid away on the prison star. It was a better choice to capture those people alive to use them as bargaining chips to negotiate with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The final result of the negotiations was that the Prison League would return the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises. In return, 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the Prison League would be freed. This was similar to what Su Linggong promised from the very beginning, where the prison star criminals could earn their freedom as long as they killed enough participants. Needless to say, a negotiation between 2 parties required leverage. Prison League had used the 3 core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises as their bargaining chips. This situation distressed Zhuobu Kun and the other elders so much that they nearly spat blood. Although Zhuobu Kun, Yu Huan, and Lu Zhenyang joined forces to pressure Su Linggong into agreeing to the Prison League's demands, how could somebody like Su Linggong accept such demands so casually? Moreover, the 3 people caught by the Prison League were not Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples, so their lives had nothing to do with Yin Yang Cave Heaven. However, it was still true that their lives hung on a single thought from Su Linggong. In the end, the 3 cave heavens and paradises were forced to pay a huge price, and only then did Su Linggong relent and pardon the crimes of 3 Prison League 6th-order open heaven realm masters. By doing so, they finally got Yin Xan Zhao and the others back in exchange. As for what price the cave heavens and paradises had to pay, even Qing Kuei did not know. That was the result of a secret discussion between Su Linggong, Zhuobu Kun, and the other high-rank elders. A total of 4 6th-order open heaven realm masters, and a dozen others below the 6th order from the Prison League, had received their freedom. Aside from the 3 6th-order open heaven realm masters, who received special pardons from Su Linggong, the rest had accumulated enough stars to obtain their freedom themselves. Among them included the Prison League's league master, Huang Quan. Huang Quan had personally killed Zhuang Wei of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, earning him an astonishing 67 stars in an instant. Such achievements were enough for him to escape the prison star. After knowing the truth of the matter, Yang Kai could barely stifle his laughter. There was nothing he could say about the transaction that Su Linggong made, as it was practically a free deal. No wonder Zhuobu Kun and the others had such ugly expressions during the banquet. It was obvious that they were hurting from being bled dry. It's just a pity. I originally wanted to murder with a borrowed knife. In the end, my plans failed thanks to the Prison League's petty greed. There was no doubt that the protagonist of today's banquet was Yang Kai. As a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, countless people should have come to offer him a toast on their own initiative. This was not out of consideration for him, but rather to honor the prestige of Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Su Linggong. However, the truth was that he simply sat there unnoticed. It was not that the participating Open Heaven Realm Masters were being disdainful. It was just that they were afraid of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai, so even though Su Linggong had relied on his advantage as host in this place to forcefully suppress Zuoquan Hui, who led the team from Thousand Cranes Paradise, everybody knew that Thousand Cranes Paradise would never let this matter rest. They might be targeted by Thousand Cranes Paradise if they went up to congratulate Yang Kai at a time like this. So who would dare to be so bold? Martial Peak, Chapter 4476, Opportunity has come. Being aware of this fact, Yang Kai was not bothered by the issue. He was happy and content just to eat and drink by himself. On the other hand, Lu Jing brought the elders of Gathering Yuan Union over to offer a toast out of gratitude for Yang Kai's protection on the prison star. Even so, he was soon dragged away by his elders. The banquet ended and Yinyang Cave Heaven's guests gradually left. Before leaving, Lu Jing met with Yang Kai one more time to inform him that the 6th Order Yang Element treasure he previously promised would be sent directly to Void Land. 3 days later, Yang Kai was led by Qin Kuei to the Spirit Peak where Su Linggong lived. Su Linggong sat confidently inside the Grand Hall on the Spirit Peak, studying Yang Kai, who was sitting below with piercing eyes and a strong sense of scrutiny. After bowing in greeting, Yang Kai stood there quietly with a calm look on his face. He had no idea why Su Linggong had summoned him, but Chu Huashang was Su Linggong's disciple. Now that he was a Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, they had a much closer relationship with each other than most ordinary people. After a while, Su Linggong finally raised his hand and said, "Take a seat." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai responded before he turned around and walked over to a chair by the side. Flicking his outer robe slightly, he took a seat. "To be honest, this monarch was very surprised that you managed to win the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly," Su Linggong said. The outcome had certainly astonished him. In his opinion, only disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises could have won. So Yang Kai coming out on top was a shock. After all, the heritage of those who came from the various Cave Heavens and Paradises was generally superior to others, especially since they were newly advanced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Su Linggong believed that was true even if he had heard the rumors about how Yang Kai had planned to advance directly 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and refine multiple 7th Order powers to that purpose. However, the reality was that Yang Kai had taken the top spot with almost double the achievements of the person in second place. In terms of performance, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was the only person who could compare. "It's good that I didn't disappoint you, senior." Yang Kai bowed. Su Linggong chuckled. "You definitely didn't disappoint me. For this monarch, it doesn't matter who takes the top spot, as long as it's not those old farts in the 5th Order. This Su's disciple cannot be humiliated by others." His smile faded and he quickly said, "But the fact that you killed Zhao Xing is still quite a hassle." At the mention of this matter, Su Linggong couldn't help feeling a headache. He had been resisting the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise and protecting Yang Kai in order to maintain Yinyang Cave Heaven's face. After all, the Dao Theory Assembly was organized by Yinyang Cave Heaven, and he was the one who claimed that one would not be held accountable for any loss of life. Zhao Xing had been killed by Yang Kai, so if Yang Kai was killed by Zuoquan Hui as soon as the Dao Theory Assembly ended, what would happen to the reputation of Yinyang Cave Heaven? At the time, he had not known that Yang Kai would end up taking the top spot, and simply wanted to protect Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation by defending him in public. As for whether Yang Kai could survive Thousand Cranes Paradise's retaliation in the future, that was entirely on Yang Kai. He could not be bothered to care that much. Unfortunately, the situation was different now. Yang Kai was now a Yinyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, and the future husband of his disciple. Su Linggong had no choice but to meddle in this affair, even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, Chu Huashang would become a widow if Yang Kai was killed. "It was an accident," Yang Kai replied. At the time, he had not intended to kill Zhao Xing. It was just that he used a bit too much strength. Su Linggong waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether it was an accident or not. It has already happened. You heard what Zuoquan Hui said before he left. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Void Land will not be bullied so easily. Why is Su Linggong telling me this? Could it be that he feels I have caused too much trouble, and Yin Yang Cave Heaven does not wish to be involved in this matter? If that's the case, I can understand. Su Linggong coldly snorted. Do you think they will let you return to Void Land? If my guess is correct, they are waiting for you along your return path. There will be no escape for you the moment you show up. Senior, do you mean to say? Su Linggong continued. If you're in no hurry to return to Void Land, you should remain here for the time being. As for Thousand Cranes Paradise, this monarch will try to negotiate with them, to see if there's any room for mediation. He glanced at Yang Kai and added, Don't worry too much. Yin Yang Cave Heaven is perfectly capable of withstanding the pressure from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Zhao Xing was killed during the Dao Theory Assembly, and this monarch openly declared that no will be held accountable for deaths during the trial. It would be best if they give up on this matter. But if they refuse, this monarch will show them whose fist is bigger. Yang Kai was slightly touched. The meaning behind Su Linggong's words could not be clearer. He would deal with this troublesome matter. Thus, Yang Kai's impression of Su Linggong improved considerably. He stood up and bowed deeply. Many thanks, Senior. Su Linggong nodded lightly. Also, you should carefully regulate your condition in the near future. Yin Yang Cave Heaven might have another opportunity for you. An opportunity? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, keenly aware of the astonishment on the faces of Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei, who had been standing behind Su Linggong all this while. It was obvious that this potential opportunity was not small. I can't confirm anything yet. I'll tell you when the time comes. Su Linggong did not provide any further explanation. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Senior, this junior has a favor to request. Su Linggong glanced sideways at Yang Kai. You are now my Yin Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, which makes you part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. As long as your request is not excessive, this monarch can fulfill your request. I would like you to help me free someone, Senior, Yang Kai said. Who? Greybone's heavenly monarch from the prison star. A short while later, Qin Kuei led Yang Kai back along the way they came. Su Linggong had readily agreed to Yang Kai's request. As an inner elder of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, he held a high position and great authority in the sect. Aside from the Supreme Elders who essentially never came out of retreat, he was one of the most influential people in the entire Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Setting someone free from the prison star was a simple task. It was also not until this moment that Su Linggong understood how Yang Kai could obtain such great achievements during the Dao Theory Assembly. It turned out that it was all thanks to Huigu secretly helping Yang Kai from the shadows. Be that as it may, Huigu had a criminal record, so Su Linggong was honestly quite uneasy about releasing the former from the prison star. However, he happily agreed to the request after Yang Kai revealed the loyalty list to him. Senior brother Qin Kuei, what is the opportunity Martial Uncle Su mentioned earlier? Along the way, Yang Kai raised this question. Judging by Su Yingshui and Qin Kuei's reaction earlier, they definitely knew the secret behind this mystery. Qin Kuei smiled and shook his head. I can't say. If you receive approval, then you will be told in due time. If the matter falls through, then there's no point in knowing. Just wait patiently. I can only tell you that even in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, only very few people are eligible to obtain this opportunity. Yang Kai was slightly moved hearing that. He never imagined that the so-called opportunity would be so precious that only a few people were eligible to obtain it, even in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Unfortunately, he was not in a position to ask further questions seeing as Qin Kuei was not willing to talk. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to return to his living quarters. After waiting for another 2 days, Huigu was brought out from the prison star by Qin Kuei. Huigu couldn't help sighing softly when master and servant reunited. From the day he was thrown into the prison star, He never even imagined that he would one day leave that place alive. It was just a pity that Bai Mo, who had served him loyally for so many years, had not survived. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch has also been released, but I don't know his current whereabouts. Rest assured, I will ask somebody to investigate him in the future. There will always be a chance to seek revenge. Yang Kai comforted Huigu. Huigu bowed. Many thanks, sir. If I can avenge Bai Mo, then this Huigu will have no other regrets in life. Bai Mo's strength was not impressive, but he was extremely loyal. It was impossible not to develop feelings after spending so many years together. Huigu had long since considered Bai Mo to be his disciple and family. Therefore, Bai Mo's murder that took place in front of him had caused him to thirst for revenge. As time passed, Yang Kai and Huigu remained inside the residence. During this time, Chu Huashang came to inform Yang Kai that she was going to enter retreat. She also asked him to look forward to seeing her again in 100 years. Yang Kai naturally agreed, and after spending 3 days together, they parted ways for now. After a few more days, Qin Kuei suddenly dropped by the residence. He looked at Yang Kai with admiration and envy. Congratulations, junior brother. The opportunity has come. Accompany me. Yang Kai was stunned, but suppressing the overwhelming curiosity in his heart, he instructed Huigu to wait for him, and not to wander around arbitrarily. Then, he followed Qin Kuei out. They traveled at a hurried pace, though Yang Kai did not know where they were heading. In the beginning, they occasionally encountered some Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples along the way. When these people noticed Qin Kuei, they quickly stopped in their tracks and bowed deeply. However, the further inward they went, the fewer people they met. At one point, there were no traces of anybody else. It could be seen that the place they were going was located at an extremely isolated location. Some time later, up ahead of them was a figure standing proudly in the void, quietly waiting for their arrival. It was none other than Su Linggong. Qin Kuei led Yang Kai straight to Su Linggong. Cupping his fist, he reported, "Honored master, I've brought him here." Su Linggong nodded. "You should head back first." Qin Kuei responded, "Yes." After that, Qin Kuei turned around and returned along the way he came. Su Linggong gestured towards Yang Kai. "Let's go. Up ahead is one of Yinyang Cave Heaven's restricted areas. Nobody is allowed to enter this place without permission. Those who try will be killed without mercy." Yang Kai's expression hardened. It was only natural for a giant organization like Yinyang Cave Heaven to have their own restricted areas. However, even a sixth-order open heaven realm master, like Qin Kuei, could not enter this place at will. It could be seen just how much Yinyang Cave Heaven valued this restricted area. He was becoming more and more curious about this so-called opportunity, as well as the restricted area he was about to enter. Whilst traveling, Su Linggong's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. "You might have taken the top spot in the Dao Theory Assembly, but it was only thanks to a convenient strategy. When it comes to your strength among the sixth-order open heaven realm masters, you are no different from the little ones who participated in the Dao Theory Assembly. All of you rank at the bottom of the sixth order, since you've only advanced into the open heaven realm recently." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, senior." He knew that Su Linggong was unaware of his actions on the prison star, but it made sense when he thought about it. Almost all who witnessed his true strength were dead. Although the core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises had witnessed his strength when he killed Zhao Xing, they left the Yinyang Cave Heaven as soon as they came out. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others who remained were Yang Kai's friends, and would not spread his secrets if they were not forced to. Therefore, Su Linggong believed that Yang Kai's strength was ranked at the bottom of the sixth-order open heaven realm, since he had only just advanced into the open heaven realm recently. In addition, he also believed that Yang Kai obtained the achievements that allowed him to win the Dao Theory Assembly only thanks to Huigu's help. Martial Peak, Chapter 4477 Shortcut. As for how Yang Kai persuaded Huigu into cooperating with him, that was the result of his own ability and charisma. Su Linggong didn't bother to pay much attention to that matter. The cultivation of open heaven realm masters comes from the accumulation and precipitation of time. Refining open heaven pills, or cultivation materials of various orders, has been the most orthodox cultivation method among open heaven realm masters since ancient times. Although this is a lengthy process, it is also the safest and simplest method. Naturally, there are people who want to take shortcuts. Refining the heritage of universe worlds for one's own use is one such method, but it has many drawbacks. The heritage of those universe worlds that have been refined might not be perfectly compatible with oneself. If any rejection occurs, one's heritage might even plummet as a result. The benefits are simply not worth the loss. Moreover, every single universe world is unique. That includes the small universes within open heaven realm masters like ourselves. It is unimaginably difficult to find a small universe that complements perfectly with your cultivation. Su Linggong's voice slowly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He once met an open heaven realm master who tried to refine the heritage of the demon realm to restore his strength. It was just that he stopped that open heaven realm master from succeeding and eventually killed him for trying. On the contrary, the world force released during the death of that open heaven realm master had nourished the demon realm instead. But just because it is difficult to use shortcuts does not mean that there are no shortcuts. Yang Kai's expression changed with those words and he asked, "Senior, do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You had high ambitions in the beginning and aimed to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Unfortunately, your actions touched on the tolerance of many people. In the end, you were forced to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm in Shattered Heaven. It has only been a few years since then. So how is it possible for a fifth order open heaven realm master to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm in such a short period? I believe that the information I received is accurate, so you should have only advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm in Shattered Heaven, not the sixth order." Yang Kai remained silent. That was not something he could hide even if he wanted to. Many people were there to witness his advancement after all. Even Chu Huashang had been present, so it was not strange for Su Linggong to know about this matter. It is rumored that there is a miraculous medicine in this world known as the world fruit. World fruits can be divided into low, mid, and high rank. The rank of the world fruit corresponds with the rank of the open heaven realm. More importantly, the world fruit allows a cultivator to safely and directly advance to the next order, without any hidden dangers. Su Linggong continued speaking without regard for Yang Kai's opinion. Both you and Chuer entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past. Around that time, someone auctioned off a low-rank world fruit in Yinyang territory. That person had also entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary before. According to the information obtained by Yinyang Cave Heaven, that person obtained their low-rank world fruit from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. That is why I believe that you managed to advance from the fifth order to the sixth order in such a short time by consuming a mid-rank world fruit. Senior is indeed insightful. Yang Kai admitted frankly, "Indeed, I advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm by consuming a world fruit." "Good," Su Linggong smiled slightly. "If that's the case, then you and Chuer are definitely a good match for each other. I was initially worried that there might be a gap between Chuer's future limit and yours. It looks like I was worried for nothing." If Yang Kai had advanced into the fifth order open heaven realm, then his limit was the seventh order open heaven realm. However, if he reached the sixth order with the help of a world fruit, then his future limit would be the eighth order, which was the same as Chu Huashang. With aptitudes like theirs, as long as they were given enough time, it was only a matter of time before they advanced into the eighth order open heaven realm. You sure had good fortune to obtain such a precious treasure, like a mid-rank world fruit. No wonder you were willing to advance into the fifth order open heaven realm back at Shattered Heaven. Su Linggong nodded lightly and glanced at Yang Kai approvingly. Consuming the world fruit is the best-known shortcut in existence. Senior, are you saying that there are other shortcuts? Su Linggong smiled slightly. Of course. The 3,000 worlds is vast and contains endless mysteries. Even a high-rank open heaven realm master, like me, may never discover all its mysteries in my lifetime. The only reason you've never heard of these shortcuts before is that you have not seen or experienced enough of the world yet. Yang Kai said seriously. Please enlighten me, senior. Su Linggong asked. Have you ever heard of a temporal river? A temporal river? Yang Kai was astonished. It is an innate phenomenon filled with the mysteries of time. The flow of time inside a temporal river is different from the outside world. It can be 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times faster. Do you know what that means? Yang Kai's expression stiffened in surprise. Does senior mean that if one cultivates in a temporal river for 1,000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world? Su Linggong revealed an expression of nostalgia. Although only 1 year passes in the outside world, you can cultivate for tens, hundreds, or thousands of years inside. The heritage you accumulate will naturally be stronger than others. Moreover, this is the standard process of accumulation and precipitation, so there will be no hidden dangers whatsoever. Back then, I entered a temporal river and gained great benefits as a result. Yang Kai looked shocked. I can't believe there is something as strange as a temporal river in this world. If I didn't hear this from Su Linggong himself, I might not believe something like that exists. However, he soon remembered about Flowing Time Great Emperor. Flowing Time Great Emperor was proficient in the Tao of Time, and the Flowing Time Temple he left behind was once sealed a rich amount of time principles. The two little ones, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, had cultivated in retreat for several hundred years inside the Flowing Time Temple, but only several years passed in the outside world. Hence, the Flowing Time Temple was akin to an artificial temporal river that Flowing Time Great Emperor created. It was a pity that the time principles sealed within had long been exhausted, and the flow of time in the Flowing Time Temple had returned to normal. Looking at things from this point of view, it could be seen that Flowing Time Great Emperor was an unprecedented genius. If he had not died after his encounter with Mo Sheng, he would certainly have a place in the 3,000 worlds. At that thought, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Senior, could the opportunity you mentioned be a temporal river? Su Linggong burst into laughter. You wish. If anybody were to come across a temporal river, they would have gone in to cultivate a long time ago. They would never leave that place until the time principles inside had been exhausted. So you should stop dreaming about temporal rivers. Yang Kai was astonished. Only then did he realize that a temporal river was something like a consumable resource. If somebody were to discover one, it only made sense that they would not leave anything behind for others. Don't bother dreaming about temporal rivers for the time being. It is a very rare occurrence in the 3,000 worlds. Even if one did appear, you would not get a chance to experience it. Su Linggong paused for a moment before he continued. A temporal river is one of the shortcuts, but another type is small source worlds. Small source worlds. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly and revealed a dubious expression. He had never heard of such a thing before. Since you obtained a world fruit, you must have entered the world inside the world fruit. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. Furthermore, he had done so more than once. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling that time in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Using the small sealed world to cheat, he carried a group of people with him to experience more than a dozen worlds within the various world fruits. He eventually angered the world tree, which caused it to beat him up badly. That incident was truly traumatic. A small source world is similar to what you experienced when you entered the world within the world fruit. It can be said that a small source world is a weaker version of the world fruits world. Please enlighten me, senior, Yang Kai humbly said. The flow of time in a small source world is different from the outside world, and if you can refine part of the small source world's source strength, then you will only obtain a part of the small source world's world force. If you integrate this world force into your body, it will strengthen the heritage of your small universe and save you many years of cultivation. Yang Kai's eyes brightened at those words. If he could obtain the small source world's world force, by refining the small source world's source strength, then it was certainly as Su Linggong mentioned. He would strengthen his heritage and save a lot of hard cultivation time. No wonder he mentioned that a small source world is a weakened version of the world fruit. A world fruit can help an open heaven realm master advance directly into the next order, but a small source world cannot. Even so, the small source world has its own advantages compared to a world fruit. A world fruit can only be used by one person once. On the other hand, a small source world can become a training ground for many people. Small source worlds are one of the foundations that support the cave heavens and paradises. Every cave heaven and paradise will have at least one small source world. Inyang Cave Heaven has a total of 3 small source worlds. Yang Kai looked excited. So the opportunity you mentioned earlier? Su Linggong replied, that's right. The opportunity this monarch prepared for you is the chance to enter one of the small source worlds. This small source world is the highest ranked among the small source worlds in Inyang Cave Heaven. If you can refine part of the source strength, you will surely obtain great gains. Yang Kai gratefully said, many thanks, martial uncle. Such a precious gift was incredibly generous. Qing Kuei also mentioned that few people received this opportunity, even among those in Inyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai could roughly guess the reasons for such strict restrictions. Su Linggong had mentioned that a small source world could become a training ground for many people. However, the small source world would weaken every time somebody refined a portion of its source strength. If care was not taken, the small source world would vanish completely one day. Compared to a one-time use consumable item like the world fruits, a small source world could be used many times. Although the effects were not as good as the world fruit, but had their respective advantages. Be that as it may, there was a limit to how many times a small source world could be used within a certain amount of time. That was why only the most talented cultivators in Inyang Cave Heaven could enter the small source world. In any case, the existence of a small source world was no doubt more important for a sect than a world fruit. After all, the former could help increase the strength of many disciples over time, while the latter would only benefit a single person. Su Linggong must have gone through a lot of trouble to let a semi-outsider like Yang Kai into the small source world. You don't need to think too deeply. This monarch is only doing this for Chuer. Since you only just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm, your foundation is unstable and your heritage is lacking. Entering the small source world will give you a chance to accumulate and precipitate some strength. Otherwise, it would be unfair for Chuer if you encounter danger and die early. Su Linggong said lightly. Besides, there's no guarantee you will gain anything even if you entered the small source world. It all depends on your own effort and luck. Rest assured, martial uncle, this junior will do his best. Yang Kai promised solemnly. We're here. Su Linggong suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood in the middle of the void. Yang Kai looked around but saw nothing. Meanwhile, Su Linggong formed a set of hand seals before he suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, Please answer my call, ancestor. A stream of light burst forth, causing ripples to spread out in the void ahead. After the ripples settled, an old man sitting cross-legged eerily appeared in Yang Kai's vision without warning. The old man had white hair and a white beard. His brows were so long that they drooped to his chest. His upper body was unclothed and covered in firm muscles that gleamed with a bronze glow that seemed to contain an endless amount of power. His lower body was only covered in a pair of plain linen trousers. To top it off, he was barefooted. When the old man opened his eyes, though, it felt as though 2 bright suns flashed into existence. Martial Peak, Chapter 4478, Eldest Senior Brother. Greetings, ancestor. Su Linggong bowed respectfully. Yang Kai, who was standing behind Su Linggong, hurriedly followed suit and bowed. After listening to the way Su Linggong addressed this old man, how could he not know that this person was one of Inyang Cave Heaven's supreme elders? More importantly, only those in the 8th order open heaven realm could serve as a supreme elder in the cave heavens and paradises. This was Yang Kai's first time meeting a cultivator in the 8th order open heaven realm. Although by she possessed strength on par with an 8th order open heaven realm master, he was a divine spirit, so there was an obvious difference between him and an actual 8th order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai snuck a glance in that direction and saw that the old man's bare chest was covered in dense, crisscrossing scars. They looked like ferocious centipedes crawling all over his body. The longest scar extended from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. An 8th order open heaven realm master was extremely powerful. So who could injure an ancestor of Yin Yang Cave Heaven so badly? It had to be said that 8th order open heaven realm masters had extremely robust vitality and vigorous recovery abilities, so most injuries would not leave a trace on them. Even so, the scars of past injuries remained shockingly apparent on this old man's body. It was conceivable just how severely injured he had been at the time. "What is it?" the Supreme Elder asked quietly. Su Linggong replied, "Ancestor, please understand. This disciple wishes to send this junior into the divine armament world. Please open the world boundary and create a corridor, ancestor." The Supreme Elder glanced at Yang Kai and furrowed his brow lightly. This boy is not a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, right? His eyes were incredibly sharp, so he could tell at a glance that Yang Kai did not belong to Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Su Linggong explained, "He might not be a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but he can be considered a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law now." "So that's how it is." The old man nodded lightly. "Since he is a son-in-law of our Cave Heaven, he does have the qualifications to enter the divine armament world. Do you have the edict from the sect master?" "The edict is here. Please have a look, ancestor." Su Linggong raised his hand and shot out a stream of light. The old man caught the stream of light and took a quick glance. Then he nodded. "Everything is in order." While saying so, he suddenly lifted a hand and pointed to a spot beside him. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the void without a sound. The extremely clear and distinct aura of a universe world came from within the vortex. "Go on. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic no matter what you encounter inside. Carefully explore, and it will definitely benefit you." Su Linggong patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Many thanks, ancestor." Yang Kai nodded and plunged straight into the vortex. A feeling of weightlessness immediately washed over him. It was not until Yang Kai's figure disappeared that the vortex slowly faded away. The Supreme Elder glanced at Su Linggong and asked, "You didn't give him a seal to escape. What if he dies inside?" Su Linggong smiled. "If he dies inside, then it means that he is nothing special. In that case, he is not qualified to become a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law." "Good." The Supreme Elder did not say another word. Closing his eyes, his figure gradually vanished once more. Eldest senior brother, wake up." Yang Kai felt as though somebody was tugging at him in his dazed state. An urgent cry entered his ears, and he slowly came awake and opened his eyes. However, the world spun around him, and his vision was bleary. "Ugh!" He held his head in his hands and groaned in pain. "Eldest senior brother, stop drinking. You'll die if you continue drinking like this." The voice that woke him up rang out again. A strong smell of alcohol lingered in his nose, and Yang Kai instinctively sensed that he was drunk. Thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He was not such a heavy drinker. Besides, how could a 6th order open heaven realm master like him get drunk so easily? When he tried to urge his power to scatter the effects of the alcohol and recover from his hangover, Yang Kai stiffened in shock, and his eyes abruptly jerked wide open. There was not much power in his body, only a faint trace flowing through his meridians and his body. Compared to his strength as a 6th order open heaven realm master, this paltry bit of power was so weak that it was practically unnoticeable. The shock was so great that he immediately broke out of his drunken stupor. Before Yang Kai could understand what was going on though, he felt pain running through his head. An endless stream of complicated information poured into his mind, causing him to groan in pain like an injured beast. The person in front of him was startled and quickly exclaimed, "What's wrong, eldest senior brother? Don't frighten me." A short while later, Yang Kai finally calmed down and stared at the table in front of him in a daze. His name was still Yang Kai, but now he was a disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect was an extremely small sect with only several dozen members. It was nothing but a grain of sand when compared to the entire divine armament world. There were countless other small sects like Void Spirit Sword Sect in this world. He had entered the sect early and became the eldest senior brother of this generation of disciples. As the eldest senior brother, he had a mild temperament and treated people generously. His aptitude was relatively good among the others in the sect, so the elders in the sect had high hopes for him. They believed that he was their only hopeful candidate to enter the Earth realm in the last 100 years. There were 4 distinct great realms in this world, known as Mortal, Earth, Heaven, and Spirit. Furthermore, each great realm had 9 minor realms. This was how the cultivators in the divine armament world categorized their strength. At present, Yang Kai was only in the 4th order mortal realm. He used to live up to the expectations of his elders, working hard and cultivating diligently. However, ever since he met a girl 1 year ago when he was running errands outside, he became so enamored with her that his entire life was turned upside down. Just a few days ago, he fought for the attention of that girl out of jealousy and lost her to another. As a result, he became depressed and tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. This information was what Yang Kai found from the memories that flowed into his head just now. Everything was so vivid and lifelike, almost as if these events had happened to him. Am I Yang Kai from Void Land? Or Yang Kai from Void Spirit Sword Sect? His thoughts were a mess. He could clearly recall Su Linggong bringing him to the entrance of the small source world, where he was supposed to enter for training. Why was he suddenly in this situation then? In addition, his strength that was as vast as the sea could not be mobilized at all. He could clearly sense that his power was still there, but it was suppressed by some kind of inexplicable force. Is this the small source world? All of a sudden, Yang Kai recalled what Su Linggong mentioned just before he entered the small source world. The small source world is an interesting place. Don't panic no matter what you encounter inside. This is certainly very interesting. Yang Kai suddenly thought back to the time when he brought a group of subordinates with him to train within the world fruits. Each world fruit was unique. For instance, when he entered the second world fruit, both he and Lang Qingshan had been transformed into rusty iron swords. It turned out to be a world of swords. There was also a time when several of his subordinates transformed into monster beasts. That was a world inside a fruit where monster beasts ruled. Inside each of those world fruits, Yang Kai could only leave and obtain his prize once he found a method to escape. It would seem that the existence of the small source world was indeed somewhat similar to the world fruit, even though there were clear differences. When he entered this small source world, it felt as though the divine armament world had given him a brand new identity as the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This was the identity accepted by the entire world, so that was why everything felt very natural. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. The person in front of him was still shouting. Yang Kai looked up, and after trying his best to focus his blurry vision, he finally managed to see clearly. A petite and adorable young girl was looking at him nervously from across the table, her expression filled with concern. She was only around 16 years old, but she had seemingly developed quite well for her age, as emphasized by the 2 large mountains on her chest. She was also wearing a light green dress that hugged her graceful waist. Wan Ying, the little junior sister of Void Spirit Sword Sect. This thought popped into his mind out of nowhere. It's you, little junior sister, Yang Kai murmured, his tongue involuntarily slurring over his words. How are you, eldest senior brother? Wan Ying asked in concern. Where do you feel unwell? Ugh, my head hurts. Yang Kai reached out to rub his forehead. Wait for a moment. I need to sober up. She quickly nodded at his words. Good, good, good. It's good as long as you stop drinking. Then, she turned around and called out, Shop hand, bring a bowl of hangover soup. The shop hand nearby responded immediately. A short while later, a bowl of hot hangover soup was brought over. Wan Ying personally brought the bowl to Yang Kai's lips and fed him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sat motionless as he combed through all the new information in his mind. At the same time, he drew upon his strength to dispel the lingering effects of the alcohol. Although his cultivation in the fourth-stage mortal realm could not be considered anything amazing, it was still not bad for a member of the younger generation. It was at least enough to help speed up the process of sobering up. His current location seemed to be inside a restaurant, one that was filled with customers. Some were ordinary people while others were cultivators. These people were drinking together in small groups of 3 to 5. The Divine Armament Tournament, that is only held once every 100 years, is finally over. When the masters fight, it's the ordinary people like us who suffer. I wonder how many lives were destroyed, and how many people lost their homes during the Divine Armament Tournament this time. A voice came from one of the tables by the side. Yang Kai immediately became interested, and quickly paid attention to the ambient gossip. There's no helping it. The Divine Armament Tournament is the biggest event in the Divine Armament world. It only happens once every 100 years. Moreover, winning a Divine Armament means wielding supreme power. How could people not be tempted? Speaking of which, the 10 great Divine Armaments of our Divine Armament world change hands every 100 years. When will these battles end? If some heaven-defying person can collect all of the 10 great Divine Armaments, that might end the chaos in this land. What a joke! Somebody shouted. It is said that just refining one Divine Armament takes infinite mental strength. Not to mention that each Divine Armament is extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. If one's willpower is insufficient, one will only become the Divine Armament's puppet. It's difficult enough to refine just one of them, so who could possibly collect all 10? After listening to the conversation in the surroundings, Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly. This small source world was called the Divine Armament World. Furthermore, a Divine Armament Tournament would be held every 100 years. His purpose in coming here was to refine a portion of the small source world's source strength to enhance his small universe's heritage. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that the Divine Armament Tournament was the key. Perhaps he could obtain a part of the small source world's source strength by obtaining the Divine Armaments. 100 years. It's not a short time, so I should have ample time to cultivate in peace. Besides, I don't need to worry about the outside world right now. The small source world is similar to world fruit. Hence, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. 100 years in here might be less than 1 year in the outside world, maybe even just a month. Yang Kai soon made up his mind. I have to cultivate diligently. In 100 years, I will participate in the Divine Armament Tournament. Martial Peak, Chapter 4479. I see disaster in your future. Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull, and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a catastrophe will befall you soon. A voice suddenly entered Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai turned to look to the side, and saw an elderly man standing in front of him with a smile. The elderly man wore a tall hat and a long linen coat. He was also holding a cloth banner that had big characters for fortune-telling written on it. My eldest senior brother is just drunk. What nonsense are you saying, old man? Before Yang Kai could respond, Wan Ying shouted with a glare. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her, and looked up at the elderly man with a smile. A divination master? In his memories, there was indeed such a mysterious group of people in the Divine Armament world. He did not know whether their predictions were accurate or not, but he couldn't help being interested since it was his first time meeting one. This old master is indeed a divine oracle. I can see 500 years into the future and 500 years into the past. Everything below the heavens and above the earth is not beyond my knowledge. There's nothing I don't know. Young man, if you wish to resolve this catastrophe, then you should let this old master divine your future for you. Perhaps it might save you. You certainly have a lot of confidence, Yang Kai chuckled. If that's the case, then why don't you divine my fate for me? Sure, The divine oracle immediately felt refreshed now that he had a sail in his hand. Placing the cloth banner in his hand aside, he sat down and asked, "Young man, do you want me to divine your handwriting or read your palm?" "Let's make it simple. Please read my palm. Do you want my left hand or my right hand?" "It doesn't matter. This old master's fortune-telling is not so limited." The divine oracle grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowing teeth. Wan Yingying stood beside Yang Kai, looking hesitant. She wanted to tell her eldest senior brother that this group of people made a living by scamming people, so there was no need to believe them. After thinking about it again though, she changed her mind. He had been so depressed and disheartened for the past year that it was rare for him to show interest in anything, so she couldn't bring herself to dampen his mood. "We'll only lose some money, but it'll be worth it as long as it can make eldest senior brother happy." With that thought in mind, she quietly shot a look at the divine oracle to warn him to speak carefully. There was no saying whether the divine oracle noticed her look as he picked up Yang Kai's hand and studied the lines on his palm with a frown. "Young man, it seems your life is not going very well, and your path ahead is full of disasters. If this old master is correct, you encountered something sad recently, right?" Wan Yingying angrily spoke up from the side. "Stop talking nonsense. Who wouldn't know something like that?" "Haha." The divine oracle chuckled softly. He was not bothered by her outburst and continued his examination until all of a sudden, he frowned as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and his expression became extremely dignified. Wan Yingying grit her teeth at the sight and secretly vowed to herself, "If this old fart makes another rude remark, I'm going to beat him up and throw him out." "Old sir," Yang Kai called out softly. The divine oracle stared at Yang Kai's hand in his grip for a while, seeming to freeze in place. After a while, he slowly released Yang Kai's hand and stood up. He grabbed the cloth banner he had placed by the side of the table and retreated, cupping his fist in apology. "I'm sorry for disturbing you." Wan Yingying looked at the divine oracle in confusion, wondering what tricks this old man was playing. However, she watched as the elderly man retreated to the door and turned around to run away. Who could have known that he would happen to bump into someone? That person was an impressive and handsome young man who had a jade-like woman in his arms. One of his large hands fondled restlessly around the woman's waist. When the divine oracle ran into him, he was caught off guard and stumbled backward suddenly. Furious, he grabbed the old man by the collar and shouted, "Old dog, are you blind? Don't you look where you're going?" The divine oracle apologized repeatedly before suddenly looking up at the young man and saying, "Young man, I can see a dark mark on your forehead. Moreover, your gaze is dull and your essence spirit has dissipated. I'm afraid a great disaster will befall you soon." This situation made Wan Yingying utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the young man became even angrier. He slapped the divine oracle with his palm and knocked him straight to the ground. Then he stepped forward and added 2 more kicks for good measure. His stomps made the divine oracle scream in agony. After fiercely venting his anger, he finally grinned savagely. "How dare you say that a great disaster will befall me? I'll show you what a great disaster looks like." The divine oracle was powerless to resist and could only curl up into a trembling ball. The young man called out, "Pull out all his teeth. Show him the consequences of speaking nonsense." Yes, 2 attendants immediately rushed out from behind the young man. They grabbed the divine oracle from both sides and dragged him to the side. On the other hand, the young man sauntered into the restaurant with the woman held snugly in his arms. Wan Yingying immediately turned pale. She stood next to Yang Kai and grabbed him by the arm. "Eldest senior brother, let's leave quickly." Who could have known that Yang Kai would be as immovable as a rock? She could not budge him whatsoever. Near the door, the young man led the woman and his attendants inside. His gaze swept around and immediately landed on Yang Kai, causing him to grin meaningfully. "Isn't that Yang Kai from Void Spirit Sword Sect? Goodness, what a coincidence." The gorgeously dolled-up woman who had been giggling away in his arms suddenly stiffened at those words. When she turned around to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately became uneasy and she murmured softly, "Young Master Zhang, This old place has a shabby atmosphere. Let's go somewhere else. The young man called young Master Zhang sneered. Does this place have a shabby atmosphere? Or, are you feeling uncomfortable after meeting an old lover? The woman looked embarrassed but did not open her mouth. He sneered. Since you've met an old lover, you should definitely go and greet him. While saying so, he dragged the woman in his arms over to Yang Kai and sat down opposite him. His attendants spread out to form a line behind him, giving off an impressive aura. Yang Kai quietly watched the young man, and information floated into his head. This person was Zhang Yulin from Tianluo Hall. Compared to a small force like the Void Spirit Sword sect, Tianluo Hall was much stronger. The cultivators in the divine armament world could be divided into 4 realms: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. The same applied for the great forces. Both Void Spirit Sword sect and Tianluo Hall had Earth Realm Masters assuming command over their sect, so they could be considered Earth Realm Great Forces. However, the Earth Realm Masters in the Void Spirit Sword sect were only in the 3rd stage at most. In contrast, Tianluo Hall had several 9th-step Earth Realm Masters. Therefore, Tianluo Hall stood on a different level compared to Void Spirit Sword sect, in terms of both quantity or quality of masters. Any random elder in Tianluo Hall could easily wipe out the entire Void Spirit Sword sect. Zhang Yulin's strength was only slightly higher than Yang Kai's, so there was not much of a difference between them. Be that as it may, their statuses and authority were as different as night and day, as the former was a descendant of a Tianluo Hall elder. Meanwhile, the woman next to him was called Zhou Xian. She was a disciple of the Zhou family. Yang Kai had gotten to know her, and secretly fell in love with her when he went out to run errands in the past. He initially thought that she was a gentle, kind, and intelligent woman, an ideal companion. Who could have known that Zhang Yulin would appear out of nowhere? Faced with a choice between Yang Kai and Zhang Yulin, Zhou Xian had chosen the latter. That was also the greatest reason why Yang Kai had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol lately. The identity given to me by the divine armament world was such a failure. Yang Kai sighed slightly. I told you never to appear before me again. I also told you that I would beat you up every time I saw you. Did you think I was joking? Zhang Yulin glared at Yang Kai coldly. He might have stolen Yang Kai's woman, but he had no intention of forgiving Yang Kai either. His arrival in this place today was not a coincidence. It was intentional. What a coincidence. I don't know why I get so worked up when I see your face. I have the urge to beat you up too. Yang Kai grinned. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that naturally came with many different emotions. At this moment, he was filled with an inexplicable rage when he saw his love rival standing in front of him. Zhang Yulin was taken aback by those words. Similarly, Zhou Xian also looked at Yang Kai in astonishment from where she stood within Zhang Yulin's arms. Her impression of Yang Kai was that of a warm and kind-hearted young man who treated others with generosity. She had never seen him looking so aggressive before. He even gave off a murderous intent. A Yang Kai like this was very unfamiliar to her. What did you say? Zhang Yulin cocked his ear to the side and leaned his head close to Yang Kai. Can you say that again? I don't think I heard you clearly. Pa. Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the other party without another word. His palm landed squarely on Zhang Yulin's face, causing a bloody tooth to fly out. The force of impact sent Zhang Yulin flying through the air, spinning several times before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Even Zhou Xian, who had been embraced in his arms all this while, collapsed to the ground with him. 2 screams rang out at the same time. They came from Wan Ying, who stood behind Yang Kai, and Zhou Xian respectively. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Yulin's attendants went pale with shock, and hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, scrambling in panic for a moment. At the entrance of the shop, the disheveled divine oracle with several footprints, still on his back, rushed in with his cloth banner in his hand. He glanced at Zhang Yulin, who had collapsed on the ground with blood in his mouth, and roared with laughter. This old master warned you that you will face a great disaster today, but you didn't believe me. Ha! Let's see if you believe me now. After saying that, he turned around and fled like a column of smoke. Zhang Yulin stood up with some help from his attendants, feeling as though half of his face was swollen. Shaking his head vigorously, he stared at Yang Kai with a mixture of shock and fury. "You dare hit me?" Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. "I apologize. You stretched your head so far out that my hand just landed on it when I tried to turn." "Eldest senior brother, we need to go." Wan Yingying was so anxious that her complexion was deathly pale. She tugged at Yang Kai's arm with all her might. When she first saw Zhang Yulin, she had immediately wanted to drag Yang Kai away. Unfortunately, she failed to do so. Who could have known that things would take such a turn? "I can't believe that eldest senior brother hit Zhang Yulin. Now that things have gotten out of hand, there is no way to resolve this matter peacefully." "You want to leave?" Zhang Yulin was livid. "Why are you still standing around doing nothing? Get them. Break that bastard's limbs. I want him to suffer." His attendants immediately rushed forward from behind him. There was not much difference between his strength and Yang Kai's, as Yang Kai was in the 4th step mortal realm, while he was in the 5th step mortal realm. It was not that his aptitude was better than Yang Kai's, but rather that Tianluo Hall had more abundant resources, so he received better support. However, the attendants that he brought with him were all in the 8th step or 9th step mortal realm. They might not be in the earth realm, but they were not far from it. "Eldest senior brother." Wan Yingying's small face was as white as a sheet, and her petite body trembled slightly. Although she was extremely terrified, she stood in front of Yang Kai. "Go quickly. I will stop them." Yang Kai laughed and stood up, pulling her behind him. "Your eldest senior brother is here. There's no need for you to come forward. Just stand there and watch. My journey in this world will begin here." Sung. Following a soft sound, a sword light dazzled his eyes. Yang Kai looked down at the long sword in his hand and gave an exclamation of surprise. "Oh, it turns out that I have a sword. It looks like this world treats me quite well." Martial Peak, Chapter 4480 Neat and Tidy. Void Spirit Sword Sect naturally focused on the sword Tao, so it was only natural that the disciples carried swords. Yang Kai had been ignorant of this fact, and it was not until he instinctively drew his blade that he discovered he had a sword. Chi. Soft stabbing sounds rang out as one of the 8th step mortal realm masters charging at Yang Kai froze in place and looked down at his chest. A long sword had pierced right through his chest, and a stinging pain spread out from his heart. "You." The attendant lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He neither understood what had happened nor how he had been stabbed by a sword. "Pang San." The expressions of the other attendants nearby changed greatly. From their point of view, it seemed as though this attendant called Pang San had accidentally impaled himself on the other party's longsword. And this was the outcome of the accident. Chi. Yang Kai pulled out his sword, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then Pang San turned pale and collapsed face first to the ground. "You court death." The rest of the attendants were enraged. There were several 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters attacking a single boy in the 4th step mortal realm. So how could they accidentally be killed by their opponent? It was a great humiliation to them. Roaring furiously, they circulated their strength and drew their weapons to attack from both sides. A fight had suddenly broken out and one person had already died. Screams rang out in the restaurant, and everybody quickly fled outside. Even the shopkeeper and shop hands of the restaurant vanished without a trace. Inside the restaurant, Yang Kai and the attendants were at each other's throats. Sword lights flashed as Yang Kai retreated while protecting Wan Yingying behind him. At the same time, he raised his sword to parry the ferocious attacks that kept raining down on him. The sounds of swords clashing against each other rang out endlessly. Yang Kai suffered from the impact of all the blows landing on him, and consequently, his arms went numb and his vitality churned violently. His cultivation was no match for his opponents, so he was bound to suffer at their hands. He was at a disadvantage in a frontal confrontation, and his longsword trembled continuously, almost as though it could be sent flying at any moment. Chi. Another soft stabbing sound rang out as an attendant in the 9th step mortal realm halted in his tracks and looked down at his chest in disbelief. His eyes instantly widened at the sight. He had suffered the same fate as Pang San. Yang Kai's sword had skewered him through the chest and stabbed straight into his heart. Before he could understand what had happened, he felt a large invisible hand squeezing his heart. All the vitality in his body rapidly drained away, and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining two attendants were shocked and horrified. They did not understand why their companions seemed to have the tendency to run straight into the opponent's sword today. The boy opposite them was clearly much weaker than them, but he had managed to kill two of their companions in such a strange manner. Rather than being killed by Yang Kai, it was better to say that both their companions had impaled themselves on the opponent's sword on their own. Weak. Too weak. Yang Kai's expression was filled with dissatisfaction. The body given to him by the divine armament world was so weak that he could not bear to look at himself. Compared to the strength of his original body, this Yang Kai of Void Spirit Sword sect was no different from an ant. He only managed to kill two of his opponents by relying on his overwhelming experience and skill. Although he could not use his actual strength in this place, he could freely wield the techniques he honed from so many years of fighting. It didn't matter whether the enemy was greater in numbers or stronger than him. Killing them was not difficult, as long as he could seize the fleeting opportunities before him to make his move. These attendants in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm might have spirit chi protecting their bodies, but he could find openings at critical moments and position his longsword so that they impaled themselves on his sword all on their own. Rather than saying that Yang Kai had killed them, it was better to say that their own strength had killed them. That was why, in the eyes of outsider, those two people who died seemed as though they had committed suicide. It was extremely peculiar. Zhang Yulin had brought along 6 attendants with him. 2 of them had gone to dispose of the divine oracle, and their current whereabouts were unknown. Out of the remaining 4, Yang Kai had killed 2. Therefore, only 2 were left. These 2 remaining attendants were frozen in place, horror spreading across their faces. Their calm looks from before were gone. 2 of their companions had been killed in quick succession. It would be weirder if they failed to realize that something was strange about Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai was only in the 4th step mortal realm, no matter how they looked at him. Not to mention, the fluctuation of the spirit chi surrounding his body was much weaker than their own. In a deadly battle, hesitation is one's greatest flaw. Yang Kai flicked his sword and sneered coldly. When his body moved, he boldly took the initiative to charge straight towards those 2, and his sword flashed so swiftly that nothing could escape its reach. The 2 remaining attendants paled with shock and hastily defended themselves. However, what depressed them greatly was that even though their strength was clearly greater than their opponents, and their spirit chi was much denser than his, the figure in front of them was as slippery as an eel. They could not grasp his position, and instead were the ones to reveal more flaws, due to the fear and unease in their hearts. A short while later, there were 2 additional corpses in the restaurant whose blood stained the ground. A family should never be separated. Yang Kai flicked off the blood on his blade. The long sword in his hand was pitted and damaged along its entire length, as it was not some extraordinary weapon. It was simply a mortal-grade longsword. So after fighting with 4 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters, the sword was at its limits. Still, Yang Kai looked up at Zhang Yulin, only to see that the latter was utterly dumbstruck. When the battle first began, Zhang Yulin had energetically shouted provocations from the sidelines, but as his attendants fell one by one, the horror on his face grew stronger and stronger. At this moment he was shocked to the core. Is he really the same Yang Kai who groveled and didn't dare to say a word in front of me? He felt as though he was dreaming. Everything felt almost surreal. Even Jotsun beside him was full of doubts. Seeing Yang Kai approaching step by step, Zhang Yulin immediately panicked. Stay away. Didn't you want to chop off my limbs? How are you going to chop my limbs if I don't come over? Yang Kai stared at Zhang Yulin calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. The divine armament world had given him a brand new identity that came with its own set of emotions. These memories felt so real that he felt as though they were his actual life experiences. I was just joking. Zhang Yulin shivered in fear. All of a sudden, he saw Jotsun standing next to him, pale-faced with fear. Without hesitation, he hurriedly shoved her in front of him and shouted, "Didn't you like this woman? I'll return her to you. Just don't come near me." Jotsun was shoved so hard that she stumbled and slammed into Yang Kai's chest, causing her complexion to turn even paler than before. When she looked up, all she saw was Yang Kai looking down at her coldly. The gaze was so unfamiliar that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Chi! A sudden stab of pain came from her chest. Looking down, she saw the tip of a sword piercing her in the back and protruding from her chest. The sword had penetrated her body to stab into Yang Kai's abdomen. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yulin's hysterical laughter came from behind her. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of this young master? Let's see if you survive that. Wan Yingying's scream rang out. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave a furious roar and raised his sword to slash at something behind Zhou Xian. A sword light flashed, and Zhang Yulin's head flew into the sky. His vicious and triumphant expression remained on his face as his headless corpse swayed slightly before slowly collapsing to the ground, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. Jotsun went limp in Yang Kai's arms. Yang Kai took 2 steps back and gently laid her down on the ground. Her gaze went slack, but she stared at Yang Kai fixedly and muttered, "I'm sorry." Wan Yingying rushed over and immediately saw the wound traversing Jotsun's chest. Zhang Yulin's long sword had passed directly through Jotsun's chest and pierced her heart. With such injuries, there was no hope for her. After she finished speaking that sentence, her eyes slowly closed and her aura disappeared. The stench of blood was incredibly strong inside the restaurant, permeating the air and causing one to gag. "Eldest senior brother, are you all right?" Wan Yingying glanced nervously at Yang Kai only to see a patch of red slowly spreading across his abdomen and staining his clothes. Zhang Yulin's final attack where he used Jotsun as a distraction had injured Yang Kai. That was not all. Both Yang Kai's sleeves were also dyed in red blood, a result of him tearing his muscles from his earlier battle. When fighting Zhang Yulin's 4 attendants, Yang Kai had killed them by relying on his overwhelming skills. Nevertheless, the gap in their cultivation had caused him to suffer some losses. The force of recoil that rebounded back at him had turned both his arms into a bloody mess. "I'm fine." He waved his hand dismissively as he sent a complicated gaze towards Jotsun, who was laid out on the ground. "This world is strange indeed. I've never even met this Jotsun before, but sorrow fills my heart to see her die in front of me." The reason he had been injured by Zhang Yulin was that a ripple had involuntarily emerged in his heart when Jotsun was shoved into his arms. That feeling had left him reeling in shock for a moment. "You're bleeding so much. How can you say you're fine?" Wan Yingying was close to tears. She hurriedly dug through the small cloth bag at her waist and took out a bottle of pills. Tipping a single pill out of the bottle, she stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she took out some medicinal powder, tore his clothes open, and helped him to apply the powder on his wounds. While treating his wounds, she also examined the severity of his injuries and discovered that the stab wound at his abdomen was just a flesh wound. It had not gotten further than 3 centimeters past his skin. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Eldest senior brother, we need to return to the sect immediately. We must not stay here any longer." It was her first time seeing so many people die and so much blood spilled. Despite that, she only experienced a short moment of panic before she quickly realized that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhang Yulin was the favored descendant of one of the elders in Tianluo Hall. So Tianluo Hall would never let this matter go now that he had died at Yang Kai's hands in a place like this. Moreover, this town was under Tianluo Hall's jurisdiction. Once word of this incident spread, Tianluo Hall's members would surely swarm out to surround and suppress them. Wan Yingying's heart was filled with worry. Eldest senior brother caused such a huge mess. How will we resolve this incident? Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The two of them gathered their things quickly and swiftly left the restaurant. Walking on the street, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look. The divine oracle stood at the corner of the street with his bruised and swollen face. He was stroking his beard and looking in this direction with an unreadable expression. When their gazes met, he bowed deeply. His attitude immediately became flattering, and he kept bowing politely with a cupped fist. This old guy is interesting. Did he notice something? Yang Kai retracted his gaze and followed Wan Yingying to the horse stables to retrieve their mounts. Afterwards, they traveled in the direction of Void Spirit Sword Sect, located several dozen kilometers away. In this world, only masters in the heaven realm and above could fly. Those in the mortal realm and the earth realm were incapable of such feats. Therefore, most people could only travel by horse. Be that as it may, even those in the heaven realm would not choose to fly unless it was an emergency, as doing so consumed too much spirit chi, making flight hard to sustain for long periods of time. Only those in the spirit realm would fly about without any care in the world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4481, A Good Thing. Void Spirit Sword Sect was located between several medium-sized spirit peaks. Yang Kai searched his memories and found that Void Spirit Sword Sect had been established for quite a long time, over 1,000 years ago in fact. In a world like this, not many great forces could pass down their inheritance for 1,000 years. Only the very ancient great forces had such long histories. Moreover, the ancestors of Void Spirit Sword Sect seemed to have produced a Sword Lord in the past. The so-called Sword Lord was the master of a divine armament. The divine armament world had a total of 10 divine armaments. The true Void Sword was one of them. One of the ancestors of the Void Spirit Sword Sect had the great honor to obtain the true Void Sword, and became the true Void Sword Lord. That era was Void Spirit Sword Sect's most glorious and prosperous. It was just that the divine armament world would hold a divine armament tournament once every 100 years, and the divine armaments would often change hands during that time. Void Spirit Sword Sect suffered terrible losses in the battle 100 years after obtaining the true Void Sword, and gradually weakened in strength over the following years. At present, only a small number of people remained in Void Spirit Sword Sect, barely keeping the sect from dying out. Even the strongest in Void Spirit Sword Sect was only in the third step Earth realm. Clop clop clop. The constant sound of horse hooves crunching against gravel filled the air as Yang Kai led his little junior sister, Wan Yingying, up the mountain on horseback. Their travel speed was neither fast nor slow, and the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect were only several kilometers ahead. However, Wan Yingying kept staring at Yang Kai's back in heavy silence throughout the return journey. His actions today had frightened her greatly. He was so different from the person in her memories that she couldn't help feeling a strong sense of unfamiliarity. Several 8th and 9th step mortal realm masters had barely lasted an incense stick of time against him before they were slaughtered. Even Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall was killed by his sword. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you no longer recognize your eldest senior brother? Yang Kai's voice rang out. Only then did Wan Yingying realize that he had stopped at some point, and was currently looking back at her with a smile. The familiar face and smile reassured her considerably. Urging her horse to step forward, she continued onward side by side with him where she asked tentatively, "Eldest senior brother, have you always been that strong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not that I'm strong. It's that they are too weak. They had too many shortcomings. When the gap between our cultivation is not big, a single small mistake can mean the difference between life and death in a fight." Is the gap between a 4th step mortal realm master and an 8th step mortal realm master not large? Nevertheless, his performance today left her unable to refute his words. "Eldest senior brother, were you using the Void Spirit Sword art just now? Why does it feel a little different?" Wan Yingying continued asking questions. Void Spirit Sword Sect was established based on the Void Spirit Sword art, so every single disciple was required to cultivate this sword art. Thinking back to the battle today, Wan Yingying realized that although the moves Yang Kai displayed contained a shadow of the Void Spirit Sword art, they were not completely the same. "It is the Void Spirit Sword art, but I modified it slightly. I'll teach you next time." Yang Kai reached out to ruffle her head. She was speechless. The Void Spirit sword art had been passed down through the sect for over 1,000 years. Countless seniors and ancestors had improved and modified the sword art over that time. It could be said that even though the Void Spirit sword art was not highly ranked in the divine armament world, it was an extremely solid entry-level sword art. The fact that her eldest senior brother could further improve it was simply incredible. During their conversation, they arrived at the mountain gates of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It was a large stone monument that gave off an ancient aura. The characters Void Spirit were carved into the stone monument. In addition, there were 2 disciples dressed in blue and white robes guarding the entrance. These clothes were the standard uniform for Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples. And as soon as they caught sight of Yang Kai and Wan Ying, they immediately came forward to greet them. Eldest senior brother is back. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Leaping off his horse, he handed the reins to one of the disciples and asked, "Where is the sect master?" Sect master is most likely discussing matters with the 2 elders in the main hall. You can find him there, eldest senior brother. Yang Kai nodded. You've worked hard. Afterwards, the 2 disciples couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded as they stared at Yang Kai's departing back. It feels like something is different about eldest senior brother today, one of them said. I get the same feeling. In the past, eldest senior brother. The other person thought about it and considered his words carefully. He had felt like he was shrouded in heavy death chi before, but it feels like he came back to life today. That's right. That's right. That's what it feels like. It looks like eldest senior brother has gotten over the issue from before. That's good. The world is not lacking in flowers. Jotsun doesn't look like a good woman anyway. She is an ambitious social climbing woman. It's a good thing that eldest senior brother can get over her. The Yang Kai of Void Spirit Sword Sect had a gentle temperament and always treated people generously. Hence, he received the love and respect of his junior brothers and junior sisters. When the incident with Jotsun took place, many of his junior brothers and junior sisters had been very worried about him. It was only natural for them to feel happy for him when they saw that he had overcome his hardships. Inside the main hall, Void Spirit Sword Sect's Sect Master Su Chang Fa, Great Elder Gu Kong Ning, and Second Elder Hong Xiu were gathered together. Void Spirit Sword Sect was weak, so these 3 were the only pillars of the sect among the older generation. They were also the 3 strongest people in the sect. All 3 of them were in the 3rd step Earth realm. Unfortunately, there was a big dividing line between the 3rd step and the 4th step. It was similar to the 3rd order Open Heaven realm and the 4th order Open Heaven realm. One could not cross this dividing gap without sufficient aptitude and resources. Sect Master Su Chang Fa had exhausted his potential, and for that reason, he would never be able to go further than the 3rd step Earth realm. The same went for Great Elder Gu Kong Ning. If there was anybody among the 3 of them who could overcome the divide, then it could only be Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu was the youngest among the 3 of them, but be that as it may, she was already in her 40s. It was just that she had taken good care of herself, so she looked like she was only in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and tender, her bosom was ample and full, and her figure was slim and slender. She was also the only female among the 3 of them. I don't know how the information that we discovered a black jade mine within Void Spirit Sword Sect's territory on Ash Mountain was leaked out. However, the sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect has already sent a letter to me the other day. His message was heavily laden with hints. I'm afraid he wants a slice of the pie. Su Chang Fa sighed. He was now in his early hundreds. With a cultivation in the Earth realm, he theoretically had quite a long life ahead of him. But handling the affairs of the sect for so many years had exhausted him, causing him to look haggard and old. That bastard. That is Void Spirit Sword Sect's Black Jade Mine. What right does Roaring Tiger Sect have to ask for a share? Great Elder Gu Kong Ning roared furiously. Su Chang Fa sighed. Even if we refuse, Roaring Tiger Sect will not give up easily. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Roaring Tiger Sect is much stronger than us, so there is nothing we can do if they resort to using force. Hong Xiu chimed in solemnly. It's such a tempting meal. We won't be able to monopolize the benefits with Void Spirit Sword Sect's strength alone. Roaring Tiger Sect is arrogant but also powerful, so it's only natural that they want a share of the benefits. But what about Tianluo Hall? Now that the news has spread, Tianluo Hall won't remain silent either. Su Changfa shook his head. Tianluo Hall has yet to make a move. I don't know what they are thinking, but it's a given that they will meddle in the Black Jade Mine. Hong Xiu contemplated and then said, if that's the case, we can just watch how things play out for the moment. Tianluo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect are similar in terms of strength, and since they both have interest in the Black Jade Mine, there will surely be conflict between them. Void Spirit Sword Sect might be able to find a good opportunity among the cracks. Su Changfa nodded. You're right, Hong Xiu. This old master had the same idea. That's why I have yet to send a reply to Roaring Tiger Sect. We should see how Tianluo Hall reacts to this matter before we come to a decision. He suddenly paused and looked up in the middle of his sentence. Then a smile appeared on his aged face. Little Yang Kai is back? Gukong Ning glared in that direction with an expression of disappointment. Meanwhile, Hong Xiu glanced at Yang Kai in concern. Disciple greets honored master and two elders. Yang Kai came to a stop before he cupped his fist and bowed in greeting. Behind him, Wan Ying followed suit. Along the way here, Yang Kai had taken the time to change into another set of clothes. Otherwise, his bloody appearance would have surely frightened many people. Gukong Ning scolded angrily. Where were you? You've been slacking off on your duties all day long. And why do you stink of alcohol? Void Spirit Sword Sect will be wiped out if we depend on you. It was not that he disliked Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai's recent performance had disappointed him so greatly that he could not help but reprimand him out of anger. Hong Xiu quickly said, it's not that serious. A child's temperament is simply not steady enough. He just needs time to polish himself. Polish himself? Do you know how old he is now? He's only in the fourth step mortal realm still. When will he reach the earth realm? With his current attitude, I'm worried that he might not fight back even if somebody hits him. That's what happened last time after all. He came home with a bruised and swollen face after being beaten up outside. That was such an embarrassment to Void Spirit Sword Sect, he muttered angrily. Yang Kai bowed in the Great Elder's direction. Many thanks for your guidance, Great Elder. This disciple has learned from his mistakes. In the past, this disciple has failed the earnest teachings of honored master and two elders. Fortunately, this disciple has come to his senses and will work hard in the future so that I don't fail your expectations of me. Gukong Ning seemed a little stunned to hear those words. He could not tell whether Yang Kai meant what he said, but his anger still subsided and he nodded. It's best if you think that way. But I hope you can do more than just talk. This disciple has already begun following your teachings, Great Elder. I encountered some people who provoked me today, so this disciple gave them a painful lesson. Behind him, Wan Ying's brow twitched at those words. Oh, the Great Elder immediately became interested. Who is this person with no eyes who dared to provoke you? What was the outcome? This disciple killed them all. Yang Kai nonchalantly replied. An eerie silence fell over the entire hall. After a while, Gukong Ning lightly coughed. It's good for young people to be hot-blooded. Only hot-blooded people have the drive to improve. Ahem. Who were these people? The only people who could be killed by Yang Kai were most likely inferior cultivators. Therefore, Gukong Ning was not too bothered, even though he was surprised that somebody as gentle and kind as Yang Kai could kill another person. Void Spirit Sword Sect might be weak, but not just anybody could afford to provoke them either. Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall and several of his attendants. Yang Kai reported truthfully. At the time, this disciple was in the restaurant when. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a clattering sound and looked up. Both his honored master Su Changfa and Great Elder Gukong Ning had gotten to their feet with expressions of horror on their faces. Meanwhile, Elder Hong Xiu reached out to cover her red lips with her hand. You, what? What did you say? Who did you kill? Gukong Ning stuttered. Zhang Yulin of Tianluo Hall. Great Elder, you might not know this person. He is a descendant of Tian Luo Hall's third elder, Zhan Boxiong. You know Zhan Boxiong, right, Great Elder? Yang Kai explained seriously. Martial Peak, Chapter 4482 Black Jade Lode. Of course I know. Obviously. Gu Kongning roared, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Are you certain the person you killed is Zhang Yulin? There's no doubt. Yang Kai nodded. The Great Elder slumped down in his chair, all the color in his face draining away. If that was what Yang Kai said, then there could be no mistake. Besides, there was a long-standing grudge between Zhang Yulin and Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yang Kai to mistake Zhang Yulin for somebody else. Zhang Yulin has been killed. It's over. It's all over. It's over for Void Spirit Sword Sect. Even Su Chong Fa and Hong Xiu were unable to react for a time. They could not understand why Yang Kai would cause such a catastrophic disaster. Zhang Yulin had been killed. How could Zhan Boxiong possibly forgive such a thing? Who in Void Spirit Sword Sect could stop a 7th-step Earth Realm master like him? Judging from the situation, it's not that there is no response from Tian Luo Hall. Rather, they've already taken action. After a long time, Hong Xiu finally said softly. Upon hearing those words, Su Chong Fa and Gu Kongning looked at her, and suddenly seemed to understand something. They had been wondering why Tian Luo Hall had seemed disinterested in the Black Jade Mine. It would now seem that they were not unresponsive. Rather, they had already taken matters into their own hands, and were planning to use Yang Kai as their excuse to attack. As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, Yang Kai represented the face of Void Spirit Sword Sect in the outside world. Therefore, they sent Zhang Yulin to stir up trouble with Yang Kai in order to use the grudges between the younger generation as a catalyst to start a war between the two great forces. It was all a conspiracy to obtain the Black Jade Mine. They probably never imagined that Yang Kai would have the guts to kill Zhang Yulin though. It would seem that Tian Luo Hall had a larger appetite than Roaring Tiger Sect. Roaring Tiger Sect had only sent a letter to ask for a share of the pie. In contrast, Tian Luo Hall had secretly plotted from the shadows. Their intention to devour and eliminate Void Spirit Sword Sect could not be more obvious. After considering all this, both Su Chong Fa and Gu Kongning gave a soft sigh. Even without the incident involving Zhang Yulin, Tian Luo Hall would have come up with a different method to oppress Void Spirit Sword Sect. It was just that Yang Kai had killed Zhang Yulin, which gave them an even better excuse to attack. This incident is not your fault. They were already planning on attacking our Void Spirit Sword Sect. Su Chong Fa waved his hand lightly. Hong Xiu furrowed her brow tightly. As things stand, our only option left is to cooperate with Roaring Tiger Sect. Perhaps we can borrow Roaring Tiger Sect's strength to stop Tian Luo Hall. Yang Kai was extremely perplexed by the flow of the conversation. Thus, he couldn't help asking, "Honored Master, Elders, what are you talking about?" Gu Kongning and Hong Xiu exchanged a glance, and after a moment of consideration, Gu Kongning explained, "As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, you have the right to know. It's like this. We discovered a black jade lode with abundant reserves on Ash Mountain recently. It's just that the information was leaked out somehow. Roaring Tiger Sect has sent us a letter stating their intentions to help us develop the mineral lode. And it's likely that Tian Luo Hall tried to start trouble with you due to the mineral lode." A black jade lode? Yang Kai's expression changed. Aside from absorbing world energy, cultivators in this world could also consume certain resources to improve their cultivation. It was similar to the star boundary in this regard. The most common type of cultivation resource here was spirit jades. Spirit jades contain dense world energy inside them. Hence, they could increase a cultivator's cultivation efficiency by a large margin. Spirit jades could be divided into several grades. From the lowest, a spirit jade could be classified as a white jade, black jade, red jade, and finally gold jade. The difference in the value and the world energy contained within the spirit jade varied about 1,000 times between the same portion of gold jade and white jade. Yang Kai checked his memories, and in the past, it seemed he had used spirit jades to enhance his cultivation. Be that as it may, he only had the privilege to obtain white jades for his cultivation. Although he would occasionally receive a few pieces of black jade, these were extremely rare. Furthermore, they were things that Su Chang Fa had specially saved up for him. If this was the case for the eldest senior brother of the sect, then there was no need to mention the junior brothers and junior sisters. Therefore, it was very shocking for a black jade lode to appear in the Ash Mountain. A single black jade lode was enough to allow the strength of an Earth Realm great force to soar within a few dozen years. Generally, only Heaven Realm great forces could monopolize such a thing, so it was no wonder Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall were eyeing the black jade lode greedily. Su Chang Fa continued. The black jade lode is too valuable, so Void Spirit Sword Sect does not have the strength to monopolize it. We initially wanted to see how things went between Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall, but now, Yang Kai immediately understood. Now that I've killed Zhang Yulin, Void Spirit Sword Sect can only borrow the strength of Roaring Tiger Sect to resist Tianluo Hall. That's right. Su Chang Fa nodded. Feeling slightly stunned, Yang Kai clicked his tongue and muttered, I would have left him alive if I had known earlier. Su Chang Fa shook his head. Tianluo Hall's actions clearly indicate that they wish to monopolize the Black Jade Mine. Otherwise, they could have openly sent a message to this old master without creating an excuse by instigating a fight between the younger generation. Therefore, even if you had not killed Zhang Yulin, Tianluo Hall would not have given up so easily. Gukong Ning waved his hand dismissively. Now that you know these things, you should know how to be grateful. But there's no need to think too much about this. With your current strength, there's no point worrying about these matters. Even if the sky collapses, you have us to hold it up. We will protect you. You've already wasted a whole year, so it is better if you focus on your cultivation for now rather than worry about things you cannot change. Yang Kai quickly said, Yes. After this incident, this disciple has realized how lacking his strength is. I will cultivate seriously from now on. Su Chang Fa and the two elders stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Then Su Chang Fa nodded. It's good that you have such thoughts. Yang Kai added, This disciple would like to request for some cultivation resources. I hope you will allow it, honored master. Su Chang Fa immediately tossed the sect master token to Yang Kai and declared, Go and collect them from your martial Uncle Chang yourself. You can take as much as you want. In any case, if Void Spirit Sword Sect survived this disaster, they would have more than enough resources in the future. On the other hand, if they failed to survive this disaster, then it was a waste to leave those resources untouched. Many thanks, honored master. Yang Kai took the token and turned to leave. Is there something else, Ying? Hong Xiu glanced at Wan Ying, who remained standing below them. Wan Ying opened her mouth and was tempted to say that her eldest senior brother had not only killed Zhang Yulin today, but also 4 other 8th step and 9th step mortal realm masters. However, she did not know how to express the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Nobody will believe me if I said something like that. Besides, now that I think about it, I can't be sure whether those attendants were really in the 8th step and 9th step mortal realm. It's nothing. I'm going to cultivate, she mumbled and quickly took her leave. Following a discussion between Su Chang Fa and the 2 elders in the main hall, they eventually decided to cooperate with Roaring Tiger Sect. They hoped to borrow Roaring Tiger Sect's strength to block Tianluo Hall's advances. Zhang Yulin had been killed, so it was conceivable that the retaliation from Tianluo Hall would soon come. Void Spirit Sword Sect would be powerless to resist without the help of Roaring Tiger Sect. The survival of a 1,000-year-old sect was currently hanging by a thread thanks to the unexpected appearance of a single black jade lode. Standing in front of the sect's storehouse, Yang Kai took the sect master token and came to the martial uncle in charge of this place. The martial uncle had the surname Chang, and although he was getting on in years, he was still stuck in the 9th step mortal realm due to insufficient aptitude. In terms of hierarchy, He belonged to the same generation as Su Chong Fa. Martial Uncle Chong naturally had no objections when he saw the sect master token, and readily allowed Yang Kai to pass. Yang Kai entered the storehouse and began walking around aimlessly, grabbing anything and everything that could help with his cultivation. It didn't take long before he walked out with a large bundle in his hands. After Yang Kai departed, Martial Uncle Chong entered to check the storehouse and immediately felt his vision go black. He nearly fainted on the spot. That was because not a single spirit jade remained in the storehouse. Several dozen bottles of elixirs purchased from other sects at a high price had also been cleared out. Even the spirit flowers and spirit herbs for alchemy were gone. It could be said that anything with the slightest value inside the storehouse had been taken away by Yang Kai. The entire storage was cleaner than a rice field devoured by locusts. Thus, it gave him such a shock that he hurriedly went to the sect master to report about this matter. Carrying his huge bundle, Yang Kai stood in front of a statue and looked up at the several-meter-tall carving of a man. The statue was exquisite and highlighted the charming features of this person clearly. He was extraordinarily brave and heroic, and his gaze was powerful. Of particular note was the sword he wore on his waist. This was a statue of Void Spirit Sword Sect's ancestor, who became the true Void Sword Lord. In Yang Kai's memory, he had walked past this statue on countless occasions, but this time he seemed to discover something interesting about the statue. After staring at the statue for a long time, he finally grinned and headed towards his residence with his large bundle in hand. As the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, it was only natural that Yang Kai had a private residence. He entered the secluded home and put the bundle down before taking off his shirt to check his wounds. In addition to being stabbed in the abdomen by Zhang Yulin, his arms had been reduced to a bloody mess from him overusing them during his battle against the attendants. Even so, his injuries were already showing signs of recovery. He quietly examined his wounds for a moment before raising a brow. Is it the power of my dragon vein? Yang Kai could clearly sense faint traces of his dragon clan bloodline flowing through his body and his meridians. It was precisely because of these faint traces of the dragon clan bloodline that his injuries could heal so quickly. It would seem that although he could not mobilize his sixth-order open heaven realm strength, the divine armament world was also unable to fully isolate him from the power of his bloodline. The power of the dragon vein flowing through his body was extremely weak, to the point that it was barely perceptible. But this power was enough to make a fourth-step mortal realm master undergo earth-shaking changes. Furthermore, he had the vague sense that the power of the dragon vein within him would become more and more powerful as his strength gradually increased and the endurance of his body was enhanced. At present, what I urgently need to do is to cultivate hard and increase my strength. It doesn't matter whether it's for the divine armament tournament or for the imminent danger I will face. I'm running out of time. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and carefully went through the information in his mind. The sword was the foundation of Void Spirit Sword Sect. They cultivated a secret art, known as the Void Spirit Art, paired with the Void Spirit Sword Art. What he used when fighting Zhang Yulin's attendants back then was the Void Spirit Sword Art. However, it was a version that he had modified and improved. With his rich experience, modifying and improving a simple sword art was not a problem. It would now seem that the Void Spirit Art also had room for improvement. He immediately activated the spirit chi flowing in his body and slowly changed the cultivation route in his body. In less than an hour, Yang Kai finished improving the Void Spirit Art. After a series of experiments, he discovered that both the cultivation speed and absorption of the world energy of the improved Void Spirit Art were at least 20% higher. Martial Peak, Chapter 4483 Crazy Cultivation. Yang Kai was in no hurry to begin cultivating. After spending so many years in the outside world doing just that, he was no stranger to the principle of sharpening his axe before chopping wood. He dug out all the pills he retrieved from Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse. Several dozen bottles of pills sat in several rows before him. Then, He opened them one by one to check their various medicinal efficacies. His attainments in the alchemic Tao were extremely deep, so distinguishing the uses of these pills was very easy for him. More so since the pills in Void Spirit Sword sect were not particularly high-grade products. It didn't take long before he had neatly sorted all the bottles of pills into several categories. He randomly grabbed one of the bottles, opened it without a care, and poured the entire contents into his mouth. Immediately after that, he followed with the second bottle, then the third bottle. It was not until he emptied the contents of the fifth bottle that his stomach felt slightly full and bloated. If he wanted to increase his strength, then his body was his greatest capital. Recalling the journey he took to get here, the toughness of his body had given him many advantages over time. Whether he was cultivating or facing enemies, the resilience of his physique always played a huge and crucial role in his success. The tougher his body, the more pressure he could withstand, and the faster he could cultivate. Yang Kai had secretly examined his body in the divine armament world, quickly discovering that his current aptitude was neither particularly good nor bad. It could only be considered average, nothing special. However, the toughness of his body was practically unmatched. Something like aptitude was basically fixed from the moment of birth. It was difficult for him to enhance his aptitude, so he could only start from a different path. Fortunately, the potential of his dragon vein was still intact. Focusing on enhancing his dragon vein to improve this body was perfectly feasible. The medicinal efficacies inside his stomach dissolved, and the slight feeling of fullness from earlier rapidly ballooned. Yang Kai soon felt as though there was a fire in his stomach, and all his internal organs were burning. This was only to be expected though, as while Void Spirit Sword Sect's spirit pills weren't high-grade, he was only in the fourth step mortal realm. In the divine armament world, his existence was no different from an ant. How could he possibly withstand the impact of so many medicinal efficacies all at once? If it were an ordinary fourth step mortal realm master, the explosion of such enormous medicinal efficacies would have been enough to kill him. Yang Kai himself was also having a hard time at the moment. Crimson blood slowly flowed out of his 7 orifices. His body trembled uncontrollably, his complexion turned green and pale, and his stomach felt as though countless cats were clawing at him from the inside with all their might. Still, he forcefully endured the discomfort, while at the same time circulating the void spirit art to guide the enormous medicinal efficacies through his blood and muscles, nourishing every part of his body. The power of his dragon vein hidden in his blood slowly exerted its power. Although it was not much, it constantly helped to repair his damaged body and meridians. It was enough to prevent him from dying as he walked along the fine edge between life and death to seek great opportunity. As he slowly became accustomed to the impact of the medicinal efficacies, Yang Kai's mental state improved considerably. The enormous medicinal efficacies were gradually absorbed into his body, with the help of the void spirit art, to become the foundation of his strength. Approximately an hour later, he finally sensed that the medicinal efficacies in his body were almost depleted. Yang Kai quietly examined himself, and found that the toughness of his body had improved sharply compared to before. His muscles were more compact and felt stronger, and his meridians were wider and more resilient, allowing him to tolerate a stronger flow of spirit qi. These effects were not just thanks to the 5 bottles of spirit pills, but also thanks to the subtle transformation brought about by his dragon blood. In fact, the latter accounted for a larger proportion of these changes. Compared to before, the toughness of his body had increased by approximately 20%. This result was quite satisfying. A pungent smell filled Yang Kai's nose, and he felt his entire body was incredibly wet and sticky, almost as though he was covered in a layer of mud. He knew that this was the effect of his body excreting a large number of impurities. However, he couldn't be bothered and simply swallowed several more bottles of pills. This cycle repeated over and over again. Those several dozen bottles of pills that Void Spirit Sword sect worked so hard to accumulate over the years were used up by Yang Kai in a mere 3 days. The final result was that the toughness of his body had increased many times over. Even the power of his dragon vein had been greatly stimulated. Traces of golden dragon blood flowed through his veins now, carrying with it a horrifying power. In addition, his newly awakened dragon blood was now constantly influencing and enhancing his body. Even if he did nothing, the toughness of his body would only become stronger and stronger over time. His cultivation had also risen from the 4th step mortal realm to the 5th step mortal realm. There were 4 great realms in this world: mortal, earth, heaven, and spirit. Each great realm had 9 minor realms. The concept was similar to the 9 orders of the open heaven realm. Among them, the barrier of the 4th step and the 7th step were the hardest to overcome in each great realm. Doing so would lead to a whole world of difference in strength. On the other hand, one could easily break through from the 4th step to the 6th step, as long as one had accumulated enough spirit chi. Yang Kai had consumed many spirit pills during this period, and while most of the medicinal efficacies had been used to enhance and strengthen his body, quite a lot of the remaining medicinal efficacies had also been transformed into spirit chi. That spirit chi flooded his body and meridians, naturally allowing his cultivation to progress at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the sound of a grumbling stomach rang out. Yang Kai was starving. He was so hungry that he felt he could eat a horse. This feeling was very new to him, or rather very old, making him wonder just how long it had been since he last felt hunger. In the outside world, thanks to the constant advancement of his cultivation, Yang Kai had long ago overcome the need to eat to sustain himself. Even if he ate something once in a while, it was only to satisfy his appetite and cravings, not to fulfill a basic physical need. However, things were different in the divine armament world. The cultivators in the mortal realm were not at a level where they go without food indefinitely, and in fact, it seemed the higher their cultivation became, the greater their appetite. The impurities discharged from Yang Kai's body had already formed a hard shell over his skin at this point, so he decided that he might as well leave his secluded home. He took a bath and changed into a new set of clean clothes before he went to the sect's kitchen and practically gobbled up everything he could get his hands on. The disciples guarding the kitchen stared at Yang Kai in stunned shock, watching helplessly as he finished eating all the food in the kitchen. They could barely believe what they were seeing. The main reason was that Yang Kai's appearance had changed quite drastically. Compared to the last time they saw him a few days ago, he seemed to have become much thinner. The clothes that used to fit him like a glove now seemed almost empty, hanging loosely around his frame. Those who met him for the first time would think that he was malnourished, yet his eyes were so bright that it was scary. Who are the visitors in the main hall? Yang Kai held a half-eaten leg of lamb on each hand, chomping on his food with great relish while glancing in a certain direction. There were 2 rows of disciples lined up on both sides outside the main hall, making for quite the formal sight. In his memories, Void Spirit Sword Sect would only perform such grand gestures when dealing with the arrival of important guests. A junior brother nearby quickly answered, "I heard that one of the protectors of Roaring Tiger Sect arrived today. Sect Master and the 2 elders are currently discussing important matters with that person." "People from Roaring Tiger Sect, huh?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. "They sure act fast." The reason for Roaring Tiger Sect's arrival was undoubtedly the Black Jade Mine. It was just as Elder Hong Xiu mentioned before. With Void Spirit Sword Sect's current strength, it was impossible for them to monopolize the Black Jade Mine. They were powerless to resist if Roaring Tiger Sect wished to interfere in this matter. Therefore, they had originally planned to survive in the cracks formed when Roaring Tiger Sect and Tianluo Hall fought for control of the mine. It was just that Yang Kai ended up killing Zhang Yulin, so it was useless to count on Tianluo Hall now. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's current strength was too low, so he couldn't help with these matters, even if he wanted to. Burp. Yang Kai let out a loud belch and licked the grease off his fingers. After that, he patted the person next to him on the shoulder and wiped the rest of the grease on his fingers on that person's clothes. "Good. I'm going back to cultivate. Watch the kitchen well. Don't let some random wild beast in to steal all the food here." The junior brother stared dumbfounded at Yang Kai's departing back. When he turned around to look at the empty kitchen, he became desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. Our fellow brothers will most likely have to go hungry tonight. Yang Kai returned to his secluded home and glanced at the white jades scattered across the ground. Then he loosened his muscles. There were more than 2,000 pieces of white jade stored in Void Spirit Sword Sect's treasury. This number was not large, but for Yang Kai, in his current cultivation, it was not small either. It was enough for him to cultivate for some time. Each white jade was about the size of a finger. Moreover, it was cool to the touch, and the spirit chi contained within could be perceived clearly. He sat down cross-legged in the middle of the white jade pile. Grabbing a handful in each hand, he let out a breath and began to circulate the void spirit art. Pure spirit chi immediately flowed out from the white jade into his body. The spirit chi circulated through his meridians to sink into his body and dantian. His body that underwent 3 days of conditioning still might not seem that strong, but his physique had clearly gotten much stronger than before. It was perfectly reflected in the speed in which he absorbed the spirit chi from the spirit jade. His meridians had become wider and more resilient, which in turn allowed more spirit chi to flow more smoothly. It was only natural that his rate of absorption would increase significantly. Large amounts of spirit chi flooded his body and transformed into his new foundation. Yang Kai's originally thin figure seemed to swell slowly like a balloon being pumped full of air. It didn't take long before he transformed into a brave, heroic, and extraordinary figure. The loose clothes gradually fit around his body once more. A short while later, Yang Kai stopped feeling any spirit chi flowing into his body from his hands. He spread open his palms and saw that the 2 handfuls of spirit jade had become gray and dull. The energy in these spirit jades had been absorbed cleanly. Discarding the used spirit jades, Yang Kai grabbed another handful to continue his cultivation. Time passed slowly, and after refining more than 600 white jades, Yang Kai felt as though he had reached his current limit. His body was filled with spirit chi to the point that no more could be accommodated. The spirit chi surged wantonly throughout his meridians and his body. It was unbearably painful, and his exposed skin turned blood red as a result. Most cultivators would stop cultivating and slowly take the time to digest their gains when they encounter such a situation. After all, cultivation should be done slowly and steadily. Haste was never the answer. However, Yang Kai had no time to waste. He had kicked a hornet's nest as soon as he arrived in the divine armament world, and according to his estimations, Tianluo Hall's retaliation would arrive soon. If he did not increase his cultivation quickly, he would not have enough strength to survive the calamity. Besides, he wanted to use this kind of crazy cultivation method to increase the limits of his body. As he continued to refine the spirit chi and the spirit jades, his body acted like a bottomless pit. His clothes danced and flapped around him, even though there was no wind, while the entire secluded home seemed to rumble faintly. Fresh blood leaked out of his pores and soon dyed his clothes red. But even so, Yang Kai ignored everything and continued to refine the white jades like mad. The damage to his body was left to the power of his dragon vein to heal. All of a sudden, he felt his entire body becoming light all over. It felt as though he had broken through a barrier, and the surging power in his body was immediately alleviated as a result. 6th-step mortal realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4484, Disciple arrived late. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had increased to the next step, the pressure that was bearing down upon him vanished without a trace. Thus, he grabbed another handful of white jades and frantically continued to circulate the void spirit art. The white jades scattered around him decreased at a very fast rate, and his cultivation improved rapidly in turn. 3 days after he advanced into the 6th-step mortal realm, he achieved another breakthrough and advanced into the 7th step. At a certain point, his hand came up empty when he reached out to the side. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down only to see that he had finished consuming over 2,000 white jades in the short span of 6 or 7 days. Thanks to the abundant white jades and the several dozen bottles of pills, he had advanced from the 4th-step mortal realm to the 7th-step mortal realm in one session. If it were any other cultivator, It would have been impossible for them to achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his dragon vein, which allowed him to be so unscrupulous in his cultivation. Even so, many dark injuries remained in his body from this process. These dark injuries were like cracks in the foundation of the building. The higher the building, the greater the chance of it collapsing. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not too bothered. With the power of his dragon vein, these dark injuries would repair themselves sooner or later. Moreover, with the increasing enhancement of his physique, the power of his dragon vein that he could stimulate would also become increasingly intense. There was a positive cycle that had no defined limits. Without more white jades, Yang Kai could only cultivate by absorbing ambient world energy. Needless to say, he was dissatisfied with such cultivation speed. He was just considering whether he wanted to visit the Black Jade Lode to obtain some black jade for cultivation, when a figure rushed inside his house. "Little junior sister, why are you in such a panic?" Yang Kai stared at Wan Yingying in astonishment when she rushed over to him. Wan Yingying's complexion was pale as she stretched out her hand and stuffed a bag into his arms before hurriedly saying, "Eldest senior brother, Sect Master has issued an order. You are to set off for Green Mountain Town immediately." Green Mountain Town? Yang Kai frowned. That place is over 1,000 kilometers from here. What does Honored Master want me to do there? Wan Yingying shook her head. "I don't know the specific details. Sect Master only said that you will know once you arrive. Eldest senior brother, this matter is very urgent. You need to leave now." While saying so, she grabbed his hand and tried to drag him out. But Yang Kai did not budge. Despite tugging at him twice, Wan Yingying could not move him at all. So she turned around anxiously and stomped her foot. "Eldest senior brother, let's go." What happened outside? Yang Kai looked at her quietly. So, her expression immediately became unnatural as she shook her head hard. Yang Kai raised his brow and returned the bag in his arms to Wan Yingying. "You've always stuttered whenever you lied. Tell me, what happened will never relent if I don't show up." "And nothing. The Master Sect raised me. So how can I stand by and watch when it is in trouble? Did somebody from Tianluo Let me go and have a look." And no. Yang Kai walked out with large strides as he spoke. Yang Kai stepped outside with a suspicious expression. To stop him. How could she possibly do that? Didn't Honored Master say that he was going to borrow the power of Roaring Tiger Sect to deal with the entire ground? There were only several dozen people in Void Spirit Sword Sect. Wan Yingying clutched at him from behind, and all of them were gathered in this screaming and crying. From Sect Master Senior Brother Fa down to the most common disciple. It's very dangerous outside. All of them looked sorrowful. Sect Master wants you to leave now. Fa. It's also to ensure that Void Spirit Sword covered in wounds and fresh blood dyed their clothes red. You have to hurry up. The corpses of more than 10 Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples lay scattered across that square. Many shadows stood around the square, surrounding the Void Spirit Sword Sect members. These people were vaguely divided into two factions. One was headed by a middle-aged man, while the other was headed by an elderly man wearing black robes. Su Chong Fa looked at the middle-aged man sadly and called out, "Protector Wan, is this how Roaring Tiger Sect does things? You and I clearly had an agreement." He initially thought that he could borrow the strength of Roaring Tiger Sect to resist Tianluo Hall. And for that reason, Void Spirit Sword Sect had offered the other party a high price that amounted to 80% of the Black Jade Lode. In other words, 80% of the profits from the Black Jade Lode would belong to Roaring Tiger Sect. Who could have known that this bastard surnamed Wan would do nothing and simply watch from the sidelines when Tianluo Hall attacked today? Wan Tian, he laughed when he heard those words. Agreement? What agreement? This protector does not recall ever making an agreement with Void Spirit Sword Sect. Wan Tian, his expression of denial made Su Chong Fa boil with rage. Blood surged up his throat and came out his mouth. His complexion immediately waned. Unfortunately, the overall situation was more important than his personal feelings at the moment, so he was forced to back down and plead in a trembling voice. Protector Wan, if you can save Void Spirit Sword Sect from this disaster, then the Black Jade Mine will belong entirely to Roaring Tiger Sect. Void Spirit Sword Sect will not intervene in this matter again. Wan Tian, he smiled lightly but did not answer. The other elderly man coldly snorted. Su Chong Fa, do you still not understand? This is the law of the jungle. The strong stand on top. Only the person with the biggest fist has the right to speak. Void Spirit Sword Sect lost its right to exist in this world a long time ago. With Void Spirit Sword Sect gone, won't the Black Jade Mine still belong to Roaring Tiger Sect regardless? You've been colluding with each other right from the beginning, Su Chong Fa suddenly realized. Both Wan Tianhe from Roaring Tiger Sect and Zhan Bo Xiong from Tianluo Hall were in the seven-step Earth realm. Void Spirit Sword Sect was completely powerless against them, and judging by their actions today, it was clear that they had been secretly working together for a while now. Void Spirit Sword Sect was the only one who had been kept in the dark. Su Chong Fa thought he could use the wolf to drive away the tiger, but all he did was invite the wolf into his home. Hand over the true Void Spirit art and that brat called Yang Kai. Otherwise, I will wipe out your entire sect. Zhan Bo Xiong shouted coldly. Void Spirit Sword Sect was undeniably weak nowadays, but the true Void Sword Lord was counted among their ancestors. It could be seen that the sect was not without some heritage. It was rumored that Void Spirit Sword Sect possessed a secret art known as the true Void Spirit art, one that was completely different from the one the disciples generally cultivated. Furthermore, the true Void Sword Lord supposedly achieved all his success by relying on the true Void Spirit art. If not to obtain the true Void Spirit art, Zhan Bo Xiong would have already killed all the people in front of him, rather than wasting his time talking to them. Su Chong Fa smiled miserably. There is no real or fake Void Spirit art. There is only one Void Spirit art. It is unfortunate that the younger generation is mediocre and are unable to reproduce the glory of our ancestors. It is ridiculous how you believe that there's some hidden inside story. You really are foolish. As for my eldest disciple, this old master sent him down the mountain a long time ago. Go ahead and search for him, if you think you have the ability to find him. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. The smile on Su Chong Fa's face stiffened quickly as he stared at the figure running here from the bottom of the mountain. That figure moved incredibly quickly. He had only been halfway up the mountain when Su Chong Fa first noticed him. But he arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion that sounded like a meteor crashing into the ground when the figure wrapped in a sharp aura landed at the top of the mountain. Honored Master, this disciple has arrived late, Yang Kai shouted. Su Chong Fa's eyes rolled back into his head. He was so furious that he fainted from anger. Gu Kong Ning, who was drenched in blood, was so enraged that he slapped his thigh and cursed. Foolish. Foolish brat. How maddening. We are in such a desperate situation. How dare this little bastard come here? Didn't we send Wan Ying to secretly pass him a message asking him to leave this place? This is just great. The entire Void Spirit Sword Sect will be killed by the enemy and wiped from history now. Next to him, Hong Xiu sighed softly. This is our fate. This disciple has been unfilial. Void Spirit Sword Sect's inheritance, the realization gave him a small sense of relief, will die along with us today. Turning to look around him, he saw many corpses lying around them. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly rushed 10 junior brothers and junior sisters. It took a lot of effort before he finally managed to wake Su Chong. Those who were still alive were covered in wounds. Honored Master, the sight immediately made his expression turn frosty. Su Chong Fa slowly opened his eyes and saw Yang Kai staring down at him. Yang Kai looked Zhan with a look of shame. Honored
right.
master.
Who are you?
This disciple was immersed
This
in
old
cultivation
master is Jean
and failed
Beauxion.
to extricate himself
A look
in
of
time.
understanding
This
filled
disciple
Young
has
Kai's
come
face
late
as he
to the
asked,
rescue. Are
Please
you the
forgive
ones
me,
who
honored
killed my
master.
junior brothers and junior sisters?
You.
So what?
Su Chang
It
Fa
is a
pointed
given
at
that a
Young
murder
Kai
should
and
be
shuddered
paid for with
slightly.
one's life.
Then his head
I'm just
suddenly
here to
tilted
collect
to the
my
side.
debt.
He
How
had
dare you
fainted
kill
from
my
rage
grandson?
again.
I will
Young
send
Kai
the
did a
entire
quick
void
check
spirit
and
sword
discovered
sect
that
to
Su
accompany
Chang
him
Fa
in the
was just
afterlife.
unconscious.
As for you,
The wounds covering
Jean
Su
Beauxion
Chang
waved
Fa
his
might
large
look ghastly,
hand,
but
capture
they were
him.
not fatal.
I'm going to skin this bastard alive in front of you, Lin's mourning hall, and drain his blood dry to comfort my pitiful grandson in heaven. As soon as those words left his mouth, 2 Tianluo Hall disciples rushed out from behind him and charged at Yang Kai. The expressions of Hong Xiu and Gukong Ning immediately changed drastically, judging by the spirit chi fluctuations of these 2 Tianluo Hall disciples when they attacked. Both of them were at the peak of the mortal realm, just one step away from advancing into the earth realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only in the 4th step mortal realm, even though he was Void Spirit Sword Sect's eldest disciple of the current generation. There was no way he could resist them. Run! Hong Xiu screamed. It was not that she didn't want to help, but that she was too heavily injured. Moreover, Earth Realm Masters from Tianluo Hall were watching her, so she couldn't take a single step forward. Likewise, Gukong Ning was caught in the same situation. To her despair, Yang Kai showed no intention to escape despite facing 2 masters at the peak of the mortal realm. On the contrary, he actually stood up and rushed straight at them. Don't be so presumptuous. Jean Beauxion's eyes were cold. When the 3 figures crossed each other, Yang Kai reached out both hands at the same time to cover the faces of the 2 people charging towards him. The confrontation lasted only a flash, and nobody saw what happened clearly. All they heard was a loud explosion, and after that, they saw Yang Kai half kneeling on the ground. His 2 large hands were wrapped around the heads of the 2 Tianluo Hall disciples as he slammed them into the ground fiercely. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking rang out and brains and blood flowed profusely. The 2 bodies twitched incessantly under Yang Kai's grip, as horrifying cracking sounds came from the 2 heads. The entire square fell silent. Martial Peak, Chapter 4485, Come Sword. Su Chang Fa slowly regained consciousness and saw the 2 Tianluo Hall disciples twitching under Yang Kai's hands as soon as he opened his eyes. Thinking that he was dreaming, he closed his eyes again and continued to sleep. However, he soon jerked his eyes open again to stare forward with a mixture of shock and confusion. Life is beautiful yet oh so fragile. It seems that you don't understand this. Unfortunately, the ignorant are destined to be cast out by the flow of time. Let me show you the true meaning of power. Yang Kai slowly stood up, cleaned the blood off his hands, and looked up at Jean Beauxion coldly. 7th step mortal realm. Both Hong Xiu and Gukong Ning couldn't help widening their eyes at the sight. The aura emanating from Yang Kai was clearly something that only a 7th step mortal realm master could possess. Isn't he only in the 4th step mortal realm? When did he become a 7th step mortal realm master? Has this brat been hiding his strength all this while? But even if he is a 7th step mortal realm master, how does that change anything? Even third-step Earth Realm masters like the three elders had been defeated so badly. A seventh-step Mortal Realm master was bound to be powerless to fight back in this scenario. Disregarding the fact that Tian Luo Hall had a seventh-step Earth Realm master like Zhan Boxiong, there were also several other Earth Realm masters present. This lineup was not something Yang Kai could fight alone. Arrogant Junior, how dare you behave so boastfully? Zhan Boxiong was livid. In a moment of carelessness, two of his people had been killed by the other party. It was extremely embarrassing for him. The truth was that the power Yang Kai displayed earlier had shocked him too. A seventh-step Mortal Realm master had killed two masters at the peak of the Mortal Realm in an instant. Such a feat was not something just anybody could do. Only the most talented geniuses had the ability to kill enemies above their own realm. The current eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect was not well known. Therefore, this sudden display of strength immediately gave Zhan Boxiong all sorts of thoughts. Perhaps this boy cultivates the true Void Spirit art of Void Spirit Sword sect. As long as I can capture him, I can obtain the biggest secret of Void Spirit Sword sect. No matter how strong this junior is, he is just in the seventh-step Mortal Realm, while I'm in the seventh-step Earth Realm. There's a difference of a whole great realm between us. He is definitely not my opponent. His hatred towards his grandson's murderer, and his greed towards the true Void Spirit art, compelled Zhan Boxiong to make up his mind to capture Yang Kai personally. His figure flickered while he was speaking, and he lunged towards his enemy. Under the urging of his Earth Realm Spirit Chi, he came pressing down on Yang Kai with overwhelming force. And its edge was so sharp that it looked like it could slice through Spirit Sword sect actually left us a huge gift. It's just that we never noticed it before. Hong Xiu revealed a look of realization. Uttered this inexplicable so it was sentence. Here all along. After that, it turns out that the records in the ancient books were true. Come sword. Needless to say, this true Void Sword was not the real true Void Sword. The real true Void Sword and the others turned to look in the direction of the sound of the divine armament find world. Cracks running down only the sword with great destiny and opportunity could wield the real true Void Sword. Su Chang'e abruptly widened his Yang Kai's grip, seeming to recall in the old statue. His expression was immediately of the divine armament. According to the records written in the ancient books of Void Spirit Sword sect, light suddenly shot out from the statue Lord spent an enormous amount of manpower and resources. It was a sword that emitted an inexplicable halo of light. Sword based on the divine armament. A little more than a meter during his final years, with a flat surface behind that shone like a mirror so clear it could reflect a person's image knew where the true Void Sword replica went after the death of the true Void Sword Lord, even though there were vague records in the ancient books. 1,000 years later, even if the disciples of the later generation came across the records written in the ancient books, they simply assumed that the true Void Sword replica was either lost or destroyed. Who could have known that it had always been concealed inside the sect's guardian statue? It was hiding right under their noses the whole time. The true Void Sword replica was a far cry from the real divine armament true Void Sword. But even so, the power it contained was not to be underestimated. A spirit armament. Zhan Boxiong charged towards Yang Kai, narrowing his eyes at the sight. Immediately after that, he became overjoyed. I never imagined that a small force like Void Spirit Sword sect would have such a good thing hidden away. Ha 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 ha. The heavens are truly on my side today. Junior, you are not worthy of this spirit armament. Hand it over to this old master. He reached out and grabbed at Yang Kai while speaking. Cultivators were divided into mortal, earth, heaven and spirit realm. The weapons in the divine armament world were categorized in the same manner. Below the divine armaments were spirit armaments, heaven armaments, earth armaments, and finally mortal armaments. The sword Yang Kai carried previously was just a mortal armament, and had been destroyed during his battle at the restaurant. Divine armaments could not be created, and were only innately formed. Even if the true Void Sword Lord spearheaded the creation, and collected the most precious materials available in the divine armament world, he was still unable to create a real divine armament. The most he could create was a spirit armament. That said, a spirit armament was powerful enough to wipe out an entire kingdom. Naturally, that also depended on who was wielding the spirit armament. In the end, a weapon was only an auxiliary, a tool to be used. Therefore, the amount of power it could exert depended on the strength of the wielder. A seventh-step mortal realm master, like Yang Kai, was cut by the sharp sword intent, just by holding this spirit armament in his hand. His entire body became drenched in blood, and his flesh curled violently. On the other side, Wan Tianhe of Roaring Tiger Sect, who had been watching coldly from the side all this while, revealed a look of interest. Who would not be tempted in the face of a spirit armament? Just as he was preparing to join the fight and snatch the spirit armament for himself, his heart suddenly clenched tight. He instinctively felt a sense of crisis looming over him, as if a terrible fate would befall him if he made a move. His cultivation was not that great, only 7th-step Earth realm. Even so, his danger perception had always been very sensitive. He had relied on his instincts to escape many disasters over the years, so after a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain motionless. Zhan Boxiong had arrived within 10 meters of Yang Kai, and was staring greedily at the spirit armament in the latter's hand, already dreaming about his majestic appearance after obtaining this spirit armament. Who? An enormous illusory phantom suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The illusory phantom was several dozen meters tall, and filled with an immense aura. The entire illusory phantom was formed from condensed sword chi. Moreover, the illusory phantom was identical to the statue that had stood in Void Spirit Sword Sect for 1,000 years. The illusory phantom also held a sword in his hands around which sharp sword chi churned. Ancestor. Su Chong Fa stared at the illusory phantom in shock. The ancestor has appeared. Similarly, Gu Kongming and Hong Xiu were staring at the illusory phantom in shock, while all of Void Spirit Sword Sect's disciples were dumbstruck by the sight. Huh? Zhan Boxiong felt his chest tightening all of a sudden, as if his skin was being pricked by thousands of tiny needles. Stabbing pain came from all over his body, and at the same time, an inexplicable sense of panic filled his heart. Yang Kai swung the sword in his hand, staring at Zhan Boxiong coldly. Death to all who have harmed Void Spirit Sword Sect. Sword chi was suspended in the air, while sword intent permeated the sky. Slicing sounds rang out incessantly and fresh blood splattered everywhere, while severed limbs flew in all directions. It felt as though 1,000 years had passed in an instant, and when the sword chi rampaging in the void finally dissipated, all the Tian Luo Hall cultivators had been killed on the spot. Chunks of flesh and blood covered the ground, and not a single one of them retained a complete corpse. Their bodies sliced into multiple pieces. All Yang Kai did was use void spirit art to stimulate that power. Had been raised to the ground. It was naturally impossible for him to come out unscathed after acting as the carrier for such power. Collapsed on the ground. There were countless wounds all over his body. The crisscrossing sword seemed to have eyes and did not cause them any harm, preventing them from healing. The blood that flowed down his legs drew a sharp breath of ground around him red. His expression a mixture of sickly green and deathly stared at the true void sword in Yang Kai's thankful that he had not made his move just now. Zhan Boxiong was in the 7th-step Earth realm. He would have suffered the same fate as Zhan Boxiong. Fairly evenly under that horrifying sword. Zhan Boxiong was killed without the slightest hint of being able to resist. Was no different from an ant. How can I possibly defend myself if that brat of what true strength is? Yang Kai flicked the sword lightly. Even a heaven realm master his entire body was drenched against that strike just making now. Him look like he had been dredged out of a pool of had blood. The right to fight he back. Then turned to look at Wan Tianhe and dared to offend Void Spirit Sword Sect. So his death is not worth pitying. The attack just now was naturally not his own strength. To tell you the truth, the power sealed this one has long disliked him. True Void Sword. Both his legs trembled uncontrollably, but he lied without batting an eyelid. Let us be practical. Yang Kai looked at Wan Tianhe calmly. Otherwise, I might just fail to suppress the restlessness of the sword. Wan Tianhe decisively said. This one was in such a hurry to come today that he brought nothing with him. In the future, this one will visit again with gifts of apology. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the amount, little brother. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Good. Wan Tianhe forced out a smile. Your noble sect underwent such a huge event today, so I'm sure you have many other things to deal with. This one won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Yang Kai nodded. Have a safe journey, Protector Wan. Little junior sister, please see Protector Wan off. Wan Ying had fallen behind when she followed Yang Kai here. And when she arrived at this place, she was just in time to see Yang Kai wiping out their enemies in a single move. At this moment, she was still unable to recover from her shock. She simply could not understand how her eldest senior brother had gotten so strong in such a short time. It was not until she heard his shout that she finally came back to her senses and responded with a nod. "No need to trouble yourselves, Wan Tian," he replied politely. Leading the people from Roaring Tiger Sect, he hastily rushed down the mountain. After Wan Tian he and the others left, Yang Kai suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and stumbled. He immediately stuck the sword into the ground and half knelt. "Eldest senior brother." A bunch of people immediately panicked and shouted noisily. Su Chang Fa, Gukong Ning, and Hong Xiu hurriedly moved towards him. One supported him, another took out healing spirit pills for him to eat, and the last examined his wounds. They were extremely attentive. Martial Peak, Chapter 4486 Earth Realm. After a quick examination, Su Chang Fa's expression became so grim that he was practically dripping with gloom. Yang Kai's internal condition was a complete mess. His flesh was torn, his bones were cracked, and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were heavily shifted. Such injuries were generally fatal. Truthfully, Su Chang Fa himself was surprised that Yang Kai was still alive with these injuries. Just how strong is his vitality? He also immediately understood why Yang Kai had not killed the people from Roaring Tiger Sect earlier, and allowed them to leave peacefully instead. It was not that Yang Kai did not want to, but that he simply could not. The first attack had already caused him such serious injuries. If he struck another blow, his body might explode on the spot. "Brat, you better not die," Gukong Ning exclaimed in concern. Yang Kai had turned the tides around and rescued the sect from a great disaster. It would be too much of a loss if he were to die here, after everything had already been settled. "Great Elder, rest assured. I won't." Ugh. Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of blood before he could finish his sentence. His blood sprayed all over Su Chang Fa's face across him. Hong Xiu anxiously said, "Stop talking. The top priority is to treat your wounds as soon as possible." "That's right." Gukong Ning quickly nodded in agreement. After making some arrangements, Yang Kai decided to focus on recovery immediately. Su Chang Fa and the 2 elders personally stood guard around him, while the other Void Spirit Sword Sect disciples scattered around in the vicinity to keep a vigilant watch and guard against any unexpected events. Su Chang Fa looked at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground with amazement. His disciples' display today had shocked him to the core. Not only had the threat to their sect's survival been resolved so easily, but the true Void Sword Spirit armament had also been found. With the strength that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Void Spirit Sword Sect's revival was just around the corner. For a moment, Su Chang Fa felt as though he could rest peacefully even if he died today. Unfortunately, the most important matter at hand was whether Yang Kai could survive this disaster. Yang Kai could sense that his current condition was absolutely terrible. The injuries he received from acting as a conduit for such a heaven-defying attack were far more severe than how they seemed on the surface. If not for the fact that he had stimulated the power of his dragon vein greatly over the past week, he would have died along with the people from Tianluo Hall. Even so, he was currently on the verge of death. His physical injuries were actually not too worrisome, although he could only stimulate a small portion of the true power of his dragon vein. His powerful regenerative abilities were slowly healing his injuries. All he needed was time. Yang Kai suspected that even Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to dispel the sword intent. Void Sword Lord it was only possible for Spirit Realm Masters. Upon activation, however, the sword chi had injured Yang Kai first before he could even harm the enemy. He would not have needed to rely on the horrifying sword intent permeated his wounds armament and prevented his injuries from healing. That was because he himself would already have his injuries would only worsen with time. This isn't right. If he did not scatter the sword Lord left in his wounds, Void Sword replica there was no possibility of healing under these circumstances. There's no reason for him he would eventually be slivered away by the sword intent. Just for that security. Although he tried to dispel the sword to resolve with his own power. His repeated attempts were only met entered his head. The difference between this body's another possibility and the true void the sword Lord's cultivation was never meant to be dispelled, leaving him completely powerless against the sword intent. Yang Kai quickly circulated the void spirit art and guided the sword chi to circulate through his body. A week later, Yang Kai's spirits lifted. He could clearly sense that the horrifying sword intent permeating his wounds had weakened a little. This discovery delighted him greatly. It would seem that his guess had been correct. There was no need to dispel the sword intent at all. It would naturally be resolved as long as he circulated the void spirit art. Furthermore, the dissolved sword intent did not disappear, but was transformed into pure spirit chi that filled his entire body instead. In just a week, he felt the spirit chi in his body increasing significantly while his body became nourished and refreshed. What would happen if he digested all of this sword intent then? Not daring to procrastinate, Yang Kai focused on maintaining his circulation of the void spirit art. The sword intent that remained in his wounds decreased steadily as time passed, while his aura became stronger and stronger. Su Changfa, Gu Kongning, and Hong Xiu, who were standing guard around him, were astonished by this sight. They had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements and condition all this while, so it was only natural that they were aware of the changes happening to him. Senior brother, how is this brat's aura getting stronger? Isn't he supposed to be healing his wounds? Why does it feel like he is cultivating instead? Not to mention, it feels like he is about to break through. Gu Kongning asked in confusion. Su Changfa slowly shook his head. He had never encountered such a situation before either. A person suddenly reaching the point of a breakthrough, during the process of recovery, was truly an unheard of phenomenon. We probably perceived wrongly. He might just be circulating his strength to alleviate his injuries. The words had only just left his mouth when he saw Yang Kai stiffen slightly. An invisible wave of energy erupted in all directions with Yang Kai as the center. The spirit chi fluctuation mixed in that wave of energy belonged to the 8th-step mortal realm. He really broke through. Hong Xiu was dumbfounded. It was not over yet though, as no more than 2 days later, Yang Kai's aura shows signs of inflation again. His cultivation advanced from the 8th-step mortal realm to the 9th-step mortal realm not long after. But even so, his aura continued to strengthen, as though there was no end to his progress. Su Changfa's brow twitched. He can't possibly break through into the earth realm, right? Gu Kongning shook his head decisively. The mortal realm and the earth realm are two different great realms. Breaking through to the Earth realm is not something you can just do overnight. Hong. Intense spirit chi fluctuations erupted from Yang Kai at that moment, and their aura belonged to the first step Earth realm. Gu Kongning's mouth fell open in shock. He was forced to swallow the second half of his sentence. Stiffly turning his head to the side, he looked at Su Chong Fa and asked, "Senior brother, you've gone through so much effort to hide this from us." Su Chong Fa was confused. "What did I hide from you?" Gu Kongning said, "Did Yang Boy advance into the Earth realm a long time ago? Why didn't you tell us?" Hong Xiu nodded sharply in agreement. No matter how great a person's aptitude was, it was impossible to just advance from the seventh-step mortal realm to the Earth realm in a few days. That did not make any sense. Hence, the only explanation was that Yang Kai had advanced into the Earth realm a long time ago, but had concealed the fact all this while. Su Chong Fa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I've also just found out that this little brat reached the Earth realm." He had been eagerly waiting for Yang Kai to advance into the Earth realm, so he could inherit Void Spirit Sword Sect and lead it back to prosperity. And yet Su Chong Fa couldn't help feeling like he was dreaming when the time really came. "Honored Master Elders, what are you discussing so spiritedly?" Yang Kai's voice sounded, and the three of them turned to look in his direction. To their surprise, they saw that Yang Kai had walked over to them at some point, holding the replica True Void sword in his hand lightly, as he looked at them curiously. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Gu Kongning asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, more or less." All the sword intent permeating his wounds had been refined into his capital to increase his strength, and without the interference of the sword intent, his injuries were no more than flesh wounds. Besides, this incident had further strengthened the power of his dragon vein. With such powerful regenerative abilities, it would not take more than a few days before Yang Kai completely recovered. "How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Hong Xiu asked worriedly. Yang Kai replied, "This disciple feels like he is bursting with strength. I really want to find somebody to fight." While speaking, he swung the True Void sword in his hand around. The sword intent left behind by the True Void Sword Lord had allowed him to advance from the seventh-step mortal realm to the Earth realm in one go. In that case, wouldn't he save a lot of cultivation time if he repeated the experience a few more times? However, he knew that his hope was unrealistic. That was because the sword chi sealed within the True Void sword by the True Void Sword Lord could only be used to attack thrice. There were actually two reasons as to why Yang Kai did not kill the people from Roaring Tiger Sect. The first reason was that his strength was lacking. The other reason, however, was that he did not wish to waste the limited resources he had. His current strength could not be considered high, and he would be powerless in front of a true master. Hence, the True Void Sword was a precious trump card. "Honored Master Elders, thank you for standing guard for so many days. The three of you should hurry and get some rest. This disciple will explain everything tomorrow." Yang Kai cupped his fist. He knew that Su Chong Fa and the others would surely have many questions and doubts in their hearts. After all, his previous performance had been a little too outrageous. Su Chong Fa gently nodded. They had also been injured during the conflict with Tian Luo Hall, but they had to stand guard for Yang Kai over the past few days, so they had yet to get a good rest themselves. Following the departure of the three elders, Yang Kai finally looked around at the junior brothers and junior sisters surrounding him, their gazes filled with awe and respect. "Have you all realized your own vulnerability and insignificance?" Yang Kai asked lightly. They lowered their heads in shame upon hearing those words. "Tian Luo Hall attacked us, but we were powerless to fight back. Many of our junior brothers and junior sisters were killed before our very eyes, but we could only watch helplessly. Why? Because they were stronger than us. Because they have more power than us." Their heads lowered even more at those words. "Do you want to get stronger? Do you want to seek revenge?" Yang Kai questioned them. "Eldest senior brother, we want to be as strong as you. We want to avenge our fellow brothers and sisters." Somebody shouted. "But how do we do that?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's enough if you have these thoughts. Even the tallest tree starts off as a weak seedling. There is nothing that can be achieved overnight. From tomorrow onward, I will prepare a training plan for all of you. I hope you can persevere through this training. For now, you should have a good rest. Yes, the disciples quickly dispersed with raging flames burning in their eyes. The next day, Su Chang Fa and the two elders sat on their elevated seats in the main hall. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood below them and told them the story he had come up with beforehand. After a long while, Su Chang Fa finally spoke. So, you're saying that you learned that the true void sword is hidden in the ancestor's statue thanks to the ancestor's legacy inheritance? Indeed. Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. His previous performance had been far too bizarre. Somebody who was constantly drowning his sorrows in alcohol every single day had suddenly obtained the strength to turn the tides of an unwinnable battle, and even brought out a secret weapon of mass destruction, like the true void sword. Su Chang Fa and the others were bound to feel uneasy if he could not give them a reasonable explanation. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai could only come up with a nonsensical reason like a legacy inheritance. It would now seem that the effects of his excuse were not too bad. Although Su Chang Fa and the others were skeptical, they had no choice but to believe him. After all, his previous performance had completely exceeded their ability to comprehend. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4487, Black Jade Mine. It's precisely because of the ancestor's legacy inheritance that this disciple was able to advance into the Earth realm so quickly and learn the whereabouts of ancestor's legacy artifact, the replica True Void Sword. In reality, Yang Kai had noticed that something was hidden inside the statue when he saw it for the first time. Combined with the records of the ancient books in his memory, it was easy for him to infer that the hidden object was Void Spirit Sword Sec's long-lost replica True Void Sword. Gu Kongming nodded. It seems that Ancestor has not abandoned us incompetent juniors. I am too ashamed to face the Ancestor. On the other hand, Su Chang Fa looked at Yang Kai with concern and asked, You have indeed advanced into the Earth realm, but do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yang Kai's advancement was too fast. It could be said that they had watched as he broke through from the seventh-step mortal realm to the Earth realm in a matter of days. Speedy progress generally resulted in an unsteady foundation, so Su Chang Fa was naturally worried about this. Rest assured, honored master. This disciple does not feel any discomfort, Yang Kai replied. Holding the true void sword with both hands, he took 2 steps forward and offered the sword up. When the ancestor first forged this sword, he sealed 3 mighty sword chi attacks inside of it. This disciple activated one of those attacks a few days ago, so there are 2 left. But, since this sword is the foundation of Void Spirit Sword Sect, I think it's best for you to safekeep the sword, honored master. Su Chang Fa glanced at the true void sword, but did not take it up. He slowly shook his head and said, Since the ancestor left his legacy inheritance to you, and told you the whereabouts of the true void sword, that means the ancestor values you. He believes that you can lead Void Spirit Sword Sect, and bring back our lost glory. This sword, you should keep it. Yang Kai pondered for a while before he nodded. By the way, honored master, Ancestors' legacy inheritance also revealed many shortcomings in our cultivation, and even contained an improved version of the void spirit art. This disciple has tried the new secret art, and can conclude it is far superior to our current void spirit art. May I teach this secret art to the other junior brothers and junior sisters? Oh, Gu Kongming became interested. The ancestor improved the void spirit art? Hurry up and explain. He was not only the great elder of Void Spirit Sword sect, but also the elder in charge of teaching cultivation in the sect. Therefore, he naturally took these things very seriously. And so, Yang Kai began explaining to the three elders everything about the Void Spirit art that he had modified. The three elders immediately gathered together to research the new secret art. All the disciples of the sect were gathered there. Expressions. But even so, Yang Kai the total number of people did not exceed 40. This void spirit art was something he modified and completely healed from their injuries. And it was certainly much better than the original void spirit art. But their spirits were surprisingly high. Elders in the sect it looks like everybody is eager for greater strength of the disciples. Yang Kai smiled, allowing them to achieve twice the result. One of the junior brothers called effort in their cultivation. Eldest senior brother. Moreover, what should we do? Since it was an improvement made on the original foundation, there were no hidden dangers in replacing the secret art they were cultivating. Their shouts reverberating through the skies. The foundation of those junior brothers and junior sisters, even the grandest of palaces, must be built from the ground up. Eldest what senior is the brother? Most important thing for cultivators waiting like outside the hall. It is not when an overwhelmingly powerful cultivation. She quickly shouted, "It is an unshakable foundation. Everybody is waiting for you. Without a strong foundation, Yang Kai nodded everything and else is meaningless." But it didn't take long for them to arrive at the same square as before. Our foundation is our body. If our bodies are strong, then we can take in and circulate more spirit qi. If our bodies are strong, then we can exert greater strength. That is why we should train our bodies before we cultivate. If you can train your physique to its absolute limit, you can even crush cities and destroy nations without having the slightest spirit qi. While speaking, Yang Kai suddenly threw out a punch. A violent force burst out along with a deafening explosion that caused everybody's ears to ring and their eyes to glow with excitement. I will now teach you a set of body tempering techniques that you must all cultivate diligently from now on. Don't slack off. Yes, they promised with vigor. Yang Kai had mastered many body tempering techniques, and over the years, he had traveled far and wide, killing countless powerful enemies and gaining their secret arts in the process. Naturally, several body tempering techniques were included among them. It was not a problem for him to teach these secret arts to the younger generation of Void Spirit Sword sect, after making some slight adjustments to them. As for how far they could go in the future, that would depend entirely on their own efforts. After teaching the body tempering techniques, Yang Kai summoned two junior brothers, wrote a prescription, and sent them down the mountain to purchase various medicines. The cultivation of Void Spirit Sword sect disciples in the younger generation was too low, so it was impossible for them to show significant improvement in a short period. They could only take their time to cultivate. Nevertheless, buying some herbs to concoct some medicinal liquid for body tempering would speed up the rate of their growth. The two disciples accepted his orders and left. Then, he asked Waninging to guide him to another place. The name Ash Mountain sounded extremely barren and desolate. However, it turned out to be a beautiful place. inside one of the mining tunnels that stretched for several kilometers under the ash mountain. Yang Kai strode forward, while Wan Yingying followed behind him with a torch. The further they went, the more they could sense the dense spirit qi fluctuations. This place was a black jade lode that contained large amounts of black jade after all. It was not surprising to have such dense spirit qi in this place. Void Spirit Sword Sect's storehouse had been emptied out by Yang Kai, but he needed large amounts of money to develop the sect and improve his own cultivation. The black jade lode was the only hope to quickly achieve this. This place used to be an ordinary mineral lode, where ordinary mortals would come to mine for ores, but in the process, they managed to dig up black jade one day. As this place is under the jurisdiction of Void Spirit Sword Sect, the news was reported to the sect master and the two elders. Wan Yingying explained from behind him. It was obvious that she knew that he had been so drunk over the past year that he was completely ignorant about everything in the outside world. Yang Kai nodded lightly. When he tried to activate the Void Spirit Art, he immediately felt abundant spirit qi flowing towards him. However, it was not as good as using the white jades to cultivate. "This black jade needs to be mined," he said. She replied, "We can ask senior brothers and senior sisters to come here." Yang Kai, however, shook his head. Void Spirit Sword Sect is already stretched thin. Just relying on the others alone won't be efficient. "How about hiring people to work this mine then?" Wan Yingying suggested. "No need. I have an idea." After saying that, Yang Kai turned around and walked out. A short while later, the pair returned to Void Spirit Sword Sect. Yang Kai instructed Wan Yingying to cultivate on her own, while he went to the stables and took out a horse before riding off into the distance. He soon arrived in the small city at the foot of the mountain. After he bought some herbs from the pharmacy, he spent half a day at an inn before he put away a small porcelain bottle and left on horseback. Tianluo Hall's headquarters was located in a huge manor. As an Earth Realm great force, they had many disciples under their banner, as many as 600 in total. Compared to the few dozen people in Void Spirit Sword Sect, it was a whole world of difference. Besides, so many people gathering together in one place had made the headquarters very lively and prosperous. Its existence was almost comparable to a small town at this point. Tianluo Hall's sect master and 8 elders were gathered together in their main hall currently. There used to be 9 elders, but 3rd Elder Zhan Bo Xiong was killed by Void Spirit Sword Sect, so only 8 remained. Nevertheless, all 8 of them were Earth Realm masters. The weakest among them was in the 4th step Earth Realm. In contrast, the strongest among them were Great Elder Li Zhengqing and Palace Master Xu Wancheng. They were both in the 9th step Earth Realm, only 1 step away from advancing into the Heaven Realm. Compared to Void Spirit Sword Sect, where the strongest master was only in the 3rd step Earth Realm, Tianluo Hall had much greater strength. At this moment, the main hall was blanketed in gloom, and the atmosphere was absolutely depressing. Palace Master Xu Wancheng quickly said, "I summoned all the elders here today because of a major incident that occurred recently. I'm sure you've all heard about it. 3rd Elder Zhan Bo Xiong was killed by somebody from Void Spirit Sword Sect. Moreover, the one who killed him was the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword Sect, a mere boy only in the 4th step mortal realm." The 8 elders scowled deeply. "Palace Master, I've also heard about this matter, but my information is not that specific." Xu Wancheng was standing frozen in place, as though somebody had cast a binding technique on him. On the other hand, Yang Kai slowly returned his sword to its sheath. It was only at this moment that the blinding sword light slowly dissipated. "You!" Xu Wancheng opened his mouth, but a line of blood seeped out from between his brow to the tip of his chin. Following a strange sound, his body split in half before both parts exploded out. Blood and organs scattered across the ground, and a heavy stench of blood instantly permeated the air. A series of shocked gasps rang out inside the main hall. Every single Tianluo Hall elder looked at Yang Kai in terror. Urging their respective spirit qi, so that they were prepared for anything at any time. Xu Wancheng was dead. Tian Luohal's sect master was killed by Yang Kai in a single blow, and they didn't even manage to see how it had happened. Xu Wancheng was Tian Luohal's strongest master. He was in the peak of the earth realm, only one step away from advancing into the heaven realm. Yet such a master had been split apart by a single sword strike as easily as if he was a chicken. If Yang Kai were to attack any one of them, they would be powerless to fight back. The threat of death made all the hair on their bodies stand on end, and chills ran up their spines. They never expected that this young man would be so ruthless as to kill somebody without a single word. Where is Tian Luohal's great elder? Yang Kai turned around and looked down at them. Li Zhengqing felt his heart clench up in fear. He instinctively wanted to run away, but he could clearly feel that a trace of the young man's aura was locked firmly on him. If he acted rashly, he would immediately follow in Xu Wancheng's footsteps. Thus, he bit his lip and stepped forward. This old master is Tian Luohal's great elder. How may I help you? At this point, he could be certain that this person was not the eldest disciple of Void Spirit Sword sect. That was because Yang Kai was only in the 7th step mortal realm. However, the burst of power from this person just now was obviously higher than the mortal realm. He could not distinguish the specific strength of the other party's cultivation, because they had moved too quickly, but it was definitely above the mortal realm. Congratulations! From now on, you are the sect master of Tian Luohal. Yang Kai grandly sat down on the seat that used to belong to Xu Wancheng, and looked down at Li Zhengqing standing below him. Li Zhengqing was speechless, and did not know how to respond. Although he had been waiting for Xu Wancheng to die, so that he could take the seat of sect master for himself, under these circumstances, he did not have the guts to take the seat of the sect master, even if it was given freely to him. This place will be Void Spirit Sword Sect's Tian Luohal branch from today onward. You will remain as Tian Luohal elders, while everything about how the sect is run will remain unchanged. Yang Kai issued orders without regard for the others. The elders below looked at each other, completely clueless as to what Yang Kai was trying to do. Li Zhengqing steeled himself and asked, "May I know what your purpose is?" "Purpose?" Yang Kai scratched his chin gruffly and replied, "Didn't I tell you just now? Void Spirit Sword sect is short of miners, so I want you to send some people over to help." "Is that all?" Li Zhengqing stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "What else did you think I would want?" Yang Kai looked back at Li Zhengqing faintly. Li Zhengqing looked at the two halves of Xu Wancheng's corpse on the ground, and let out a long sigh. The sect master truly died for no reason at all. He was killed just because of something as trivial as this. If that's all, then this old master can make the decision on his own, and agree to your request. Martial Peak, Chapter 4489, Tian Luohal Branch. You can keep something like that and eat it yourself. Kill him. All of a sudden, a furious roar rang out. Two figures flew out from the left and the right without warning, almost as though their actions were discussed in advance. The spirit chi in their bodies surged violently. One person wielded a dagger, while the other was bare-fisted. They came at Yang Kai from both sides in a pincer attack. Xu Wancheng had managed Tian Luohal for many years, so he was bound to have a few loyal subordinates. That was the case for the two elders who lunged at Yang Kai. When Xu Wancheng was killed just now, they had failed to react, and didn't even have the time to rescue him. However, their patience ran dry when Yang Kai forced them to consume this poison pill, and they immediately leapt forward. The sword chi on the dagger was impressive, causing it to gleam with a dazzling light. It was obvious that this dagger was an extraordinary earth armament. Meanwhile, the other person's swinging fists flushed red like a red-hot iron. It was obvious that he had pushed his spirit chi to its limits with some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai sat in the main seat, a trace of mockery flashing through his eyes at the sight. His sword slid out of its sheath with a loud clang. When the sword halo flowed out, he slashed at the person wielding the dagger. He simultaneously clenched his free hand into a fist and punched out at the other person. Dang! A crisp sound rang out and blood splashed in all directions. The victor was determined in that moment of confrontation. The dagger-wielding elder had fallen to one knee on the ground, staring at the broken armament in his hand. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His dagger was an earth armament that had taken a lot of resources for him to hire somebody to refine. It was no heaven armament, but it was not that inferior in terms of quality. Even so, his dagger had been cut in two in a single blow. Furthermore, the cut was so clean that it was almost like a piece of tofu that had been sliced with a sharp knife. He looked up and saw a glowing sword radiating an overwhelming aura pointed directly at him, a drop of blood dripping from its tip. Spirit armament. The dagger-wielding elder's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder my earth armament was so fragile in comparison. He is wielding a spirit armament. A dense and heavy darkness loomed over him in the next instant, and he collapsed to the ground head first. Blood gushed out of the wound in his chest, and his vitality swiftly dissipated. On the other hand, the other elder who lunged forward at the same time was being lifted into the air by the neck by Yang Kai with one hand. His crimson fists were a bloody mess, and his arms simply hung weakly by his sides. Yang Kai remained seated in the head seat, almost as though he had not moved from the spot at all. He slowly increased the strength in his grip as he spoke. "I like stubborn people like you. The sound they make when I crush them gives a very satisfying crunch." The elder who was being held by the neck struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from Yang Kai's iron grip. A gurgling noise bubbled up endlessly from his throat. "Kacha!" There was a loud crack, and the elder's head tilted to the side, his aura vanishing in the next instant. Yang Kai tossed the corpse in his hand to the ground and looked down coldly at the others. "You can all come at me together. I'll admit that you're capable if you can kill this king." The elders who were eager to take action earlier were now drenched in a cold sweat. They stared up at the young man above them, as though they were looking at a ghost. Yang Kai might have collected countless secret arts, but if he was honest, he never came across another secret art that was more amazing than this particular one. It was just that cultivating this secret art came with severe drawbacks, which was why he never tried it before, even though he had mastered it long ago. "I might be able to try and study the mysteries of this secret art inside the divine armament world. This place is a small source world after all, so even if something goes wrong, it won't affect my true body too much." After various considerations, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind. This was a great opportunity, and it would be such a waste to let it simply slip through his fingers. Taking a shallow breath, he activated the spirit chi in his body and modified its circulation route to activate the most profound secret art he knew, the heaven-devouring battle law. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit. The spirit chi contained in the white jades poured into his body at a terrifying speed, and even the medicinal efficacies from the pills he previously consumed quickly dissolved into his body and seeped into his internal organs. He was absolutely astonished and nearly stopped circulating the heaven-devouring battle law as a result. This was the first time Yang Kai had personally cultivated this strange secret art. Although he received the heaven-devouring battle law in the past, he only allowed his embodiment to cultivate this secret art. He had never tried it for himself before. Following a series of coincidental encounters, Yang Kai later learned that not cultivating this secret art had been the right choice. The heaven-devouring battle law mainly worked by refining the energy of all things in the world for one's own use. Hence, the secret art could turn absolutely anything into a cultivation resource. Naturally, the benefits were extremely high. However, by using this secret art, a cultivator would refine both the good and the bad into his body, which would cause indelible damage to himself, unless he could find a method to expel the massive amount of impurities this resulted in. The embodiment had the body of a stone spirit clansman, so he had the innate ability to expel all forms of impurities. That was why he did not suffer any drawbacks from cultivating this secret art. It could be said that the heaven-devouring battle law was perfectly suited for the Stone Spirit clan. Yang Kai did not know how Wuquang resolved this drawback, but he was certain he had some method. Now that Yang Kai was properly using the heaven-devouring battle law for the first time, he discovered that this secret art's speed of refining was absolutely insane. The efficiency was not just several times greater than the Void Spirit art. It could be said to be over 100 times more effective. The light of the white jades in his hand dimmed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. As the spirit chi faded away, the medicinal efficacies from the pills in his stomach were simultaneously refined cleanly. That was not all though, as even the spirit chi of the white jades and the black jades around him surged madly and poured towards his body under the guiding force of the heaven-devouring battle law. Martial Peak, Chapter 4490, They Don't Believe. In less than 3 days, the energy contained within the white jades and the black jades surrounding Yang Kai was completely exhausted. The spirit jades turned into dull and dim waste as a result. That was not all. Over 200 bottles of pills had also been cleanly devoured by him. In exchange, his cultivation rose from the first step Earth realm to the third step Earth realm. This outcome surprised him. He originally thought that he could increase his cultivation by 5 or 6 minor realms with so many cultivation resources. But in the end, he was unable to continue after reaching the third step Earth realm. There were many reasons for this outcome. The heaven-devouring battle law was powerful indeed. As soon as Yang Kai activated this evil art, his body would turn into a bottomless hole that refined all the energy in the world for his own use. However, his body was unable to withstand the burden. It would not have been a problem for his sixth-step open heaven realm body, but in the divine armament world, he was just a trivial earth realm master. His body was unable to digest the enormous amount of power pouring into his body in such a short period of time. Some of the energy was inadvertently wasted, but a larger portion of the energy was diverted to temper the physical quality of his body. That was why his cultivation only increased from the first step Earth realm to the third step Earth realm. With the improvement of his physique, his dragon vein was further stimulated. In turn, the power of his dragon vein further enhanced his physical quality. It was worth the effort and sacrifice. However, the improved strength of his physical body resulted in him needing more energy than ordinary to advance to the next realm. On another note, Yang Kai was starting to feel the drawbacks of cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Most people would suffer from a weak foundation if their cultivation improved too quickly, and a weak foundation would put them at risk of experiencing cultivation dissonance one day. Fortunately, he did not have such worries. His original cultivation was in the sixth-step open heaven realm after all, so there was nothing to worry about since his comprehension and consolidation were already far above the mere earth realm. This was a drawback he could ignore. The more serious drawback was that the energy devoured by the heaven-devouring battle law was very complex and filled with impurities. This secret art was meant to devour all the energy in the world for one's own use, but it did not differentiate between what energy was useful and what was harmful. Everything was simply devoured altogether. Although he only started cultivating this secret art, he was already feeling the effects of this drawback. Surprisingly, the power of his dragon vein was slowly removing the impurities in his body and refining it into pure, useful energy. A sudden understanding washed over Yang Kai. It would seem that the heaven-devouring battle law could be cultivated as long as the impurities drawn into the body could be purged. I'm not sure if I can do that when I return to the 3,000 worlds. If it's possible, then my speed when refining large amounts of cultivation resources will be increased significantly. I should find an opportunity to experiment in the future. Tianluo Hall's storehouse had now been emptied. There were a few remaining items that were valuable, but they were not beneficial for cultivation. Thus, Yang Kai stood up and walked out the door. A familiar figure stood outside the door, and when she heard movement, she quickly turned around and exclaimed in a mixture of shock and wonder, "Eldest senior brother, you really are here." The person who came was his little junior sister Wan Ying. When several hundred people from Tianluo Hall came marching here yesterday, they thought that death was inevitable. Who could have known that the other party would plunge directly into the Ash Mountain and leave only the second elder to communicate with them? Even so, Void Spirit Sword Sect was powerless against the other party. Tianluo Hall's second elder was an 8th-step Earth Realm Master after all. If he wanted to harm Void Spirit Sword Sect, he would have taken action a long time ago. Seeing that Su Changfa and the others were still doubtful of the truth, Yang Kai turned his head to the side and called out, "Hey you, the one standing outside, come inside and explain." Tianluo Hall's second elder. Actually, he should be regarded as the great elder now. Li Zhengqing had taken over as the palace master, so the second elder would naturally be promoted too. It was just that Yang Kai was uncertain how to address him, and had not bothered to ask clearly either. Upon hearing Yang Kai's shout, the elderly man hurriedly walked in with a deep bow and an ingratiating smile. "Sir, this old master is Shi Minghui. What orders do you have for me?" Seeing his groveling attitude made Su Changfa and the others' eyes bulge in shock. This man was an 8th-step Earth Realm Master. 8th-step Earth Realm Masters rarely even bothered to glance at a person below them under normal circumstances. When had they ever behaved so obsequiously before? "Tell my honored master about the current situation in Tianluo Hall," Yang Kai instructed. "Yes," Shi Minghui responded before he turned to face Su Changfa and the two elders sitting in the hall. Then he spoke righteously. "The entire Tianluo Hall admires Sir for his great character and virtue. Therefore, we decided to make a change and show our proper respect to him. From now onward, we will serve under him, come hell or high water." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction and waved Shi Minghui away. "You can go now." "Yes." Shi Minghui retreated respectfully. Meanwhile, Su Changfa and the two elders stared down at Yang Kai from above with very complicated gazes. They seemed to have aged considerably in the blink of an eye, but they were mostly filled with excitement and gratification. After a long while, Su Changfa finally said, "Child, I'm not going to ask you how you did all of this. Since the ancestor passed his legacy inheritance down to you, it can only mean that you are the future hope of Void Spirit Sword Sect. It would now seem that the ancestor has very good eyes. Even so, you need to be more careful. Tianluo Hall is much stronger than us after all. If you are not careful, you may get burned." "This disciple understands. Please don't worry, honored master." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I'll leave the matters regarding the Black Jade Mine to you then." Su Changfa waved his hand to dismiss Yang Kai. It could be seen that the incidents today had been a huge shock to him. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4491, World Principles Restriction. After a few more questions, Yang Kai was preparing to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask, "By the way, honored master, did Roaring Tiger Sect send anything over?" Su Changfa shook his head. "No." Yang Kai gently nodded. "This disciple will take his leave." Outside the main hall, Yang Kai asked his junior brothers and junior sisters, who were standing guard, to stand down and return to their cultivation. Only Wan Ying remained, and Shi Minghui quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Sir." Yang Kai walked ahead while asking Wan Ying a question. "I asked two junior brothers to go down the mountain and buy some herbs a few days ago. Have they returned?" Wan Ying replied, "Yes, but we didn't know what to do with the herbs they purchased, so we placed them all in your home, eldest senior brother." "Good." Yang Kai responded and led the two of them in the direction of his secluded home. A short while later, they arrived outside his house, and Yang Kai asked Shi Minghui to wait for him before he entered with Wan Ying. The main reason Yang Kai sent his two junior brothers down the mountain to buy some herbs was so that he could use them to produce some medicine for body-tempering purposes. Void Spirit Sword Sect was not only few in numbers, But the disciples also had very low cultivations. Even though he had taught them the modified version of the void spirit art, there would not be obvious results in a short time. In any case, cultivation was something that had to be done slowly and steadily. Using this body-tempering medicine to aid his junior brothers and junior sisters in their cultivation would also help to build a strong foundation for them. It was impossible for Yang Kai to continue doing something like this for the long term. Fortunately, Wan Ying was a good candidate. He could teach her about the methods to prepare the medicine. Inside the secluded home, Yang Kai skillfully separated and categorized various herbs. At the same time, he patiently explained the process to Wan Ying. It was a stroke of good fortune that she seemed talented in this regard. Although she had never been exposed to alchemy before, she quickly learned the skills under his patient explanation and tutelage. He taught her to prepare several medicines, and her performance was remarkable. Something like this could not be considered complicated, not even qualifying as true alchemy. It was simply mixing different herbs together in the correct proportions. When needed, they simply had to boil the herbs in water, so that the medicinal efficacies would seep into the water. The disciples could then absorb the medicinal efficacies in the water, while cultivating to strengthen their bodies. You can observe those within the sect to see if there are any junior brothers or junior sisters who are interested in alchemy. I will find an opportunity in the future to teach you all, Yang Kai casually said while instructing Wan Ying. The divine armament world also had alchemists, moreover they held great status. It was just that a small sect like Void Spirit Sword Sect had been too poor to raise an alchemist. The several dozen bottles of pills that he found in the storehouse previously were bought at a high cost from other places. Eldest senior brother, you also know alchemy? Wan Ying shouted in disbelief. To which Yang Kai just chuckled. As you know, the ancestor's legacy inheritance is in my possession. The ancestor knows many things. I'm just scratching the surface. Oh, she did not doubt his words at all. After confirming that Wan Ying had no issues with the proportions and methods of preparing the body-tempering medicine, Yang Kai immediately left the rest to her and walked out of his secluded home alone. 3 days later, Shi Minghui led hundreds of people to Void Spirit Sword Sect. The sect master of Roaring Tiger Sect, Zhuangju He, also met with Su Chang Fa under Shi Minghui's leadership to announce that these people were here to help with the mining. Moreover, Roaring Tiger Sect had surrendered to Void Spirit Sword Sect, and would be known as Void Spirit Sword Sect's Roaring Tiger Sect branch in the future. After the previous experience, Su Chang Fa easily accepted this turn of events. Be that as it may, he still felt like he was experiencing a strange dream. How did the two largest great forces within the surrounding 1,000 kilometers suddenly become Void Spirit Sword Sect's subordinates? Not to mention how hesitant and cautious Zhuangju He had been when he met me. I wonder why his face was bruised and swollen. Over 1,000 people had now poured into Ash Mountain, and a constant stream of black jades were being mined. It had to be said that these 1,000 people were not ordinary commoners, either, as they were all cultivators, whose strength ranged from the mortal realm to the earth realm. Their efficiency was naturally much higher than ordinary people. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from Roaring Tiger Sect. After devouring the abundant resources inside Roaring Tiger Sect's storehouse, his cultivation had now reached the 5th step earth realm. It had to be said that the heaven-devouring battle law was simply heaven-defying. If not for the secret art, Yang Kai could not have had such a speedy cultivation rate. This heaven-defying evil art that he obtained from Wu Kuang had greatly accelerated his growth in this world. Void Spirit Sword Sect was now the veritable overlord within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The two strongest sects, namely Tianluo Hall and Roaring Tiger Sect, had already submitted to Void Spirit Sword Sect, so it was only natural that the remaining small fries could not do anything to change the situation. In any case, Yang Kai had no plans to cause trouble for those small great forces. On the contrary, these small great forces themselves could not hold back anymore. They did not know why Void Spirit Sword Sect rose up so suddenly, or what attitude Void Spirit Sword Sect had towards others. Therefore, They quickly sent representatives to give their greetings and express their willingness to submit to Void Spirit Sword sect in the future. Yang Kai was open to all those who came. These small great forces had no grudges against him, and they might not have many resources themselves. But each sect could always send some manpower over to help with the mining. In less than a month, there were more than 2,000 people working day and night on Ash Mountain. The number of black jades that were mined every single day ranged from 300 to over 1,000 pieces. Moreover, as the mine deepened, the number of black jades that could be mined in a day increased steadily. 80% of the mined black jades were delivered to Yang Kai's secluded home, leaving only 20% for the development of the sect. Even so, this amount was not enough to keep up with his consumption. The black jades were quickly swallowed up almost as soon as they entered his hands. 2 months later, Yang Kai's cultivation reached the 9th step Earth realm. That was not all though, as the cultivation of the Void Spirit Sword sect disciples also began to show progress. Although the increase in their strength was not that great, their physical strength had been enhanced to a remarkable degree. Aside from cultivating, Yang Kai spent his remaining time teaching Wan Ying and 2 other junior brothers alchemy. Void Spirit Sword sect would surely have a high demand for pills in the future. Thus, it was necessary to train their own alchemists. Aside from Wan Ying, the other 2 junior brothers were disciples with some talent in alchemy whom Yang Kai recruited from the sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4493 Night Visit. The city lord of Heavenly Martial City was getting old and frail, and would not live for much longer. Therefore, the reason for Gao Xinpeng's visit was to refine some life extension pills for him to extend his lifespan. Yang Kai had many pill recipes for longevity, and their effects were extraordinary. If he could refine just one of them, he could guarantee that Heavenly Martial City's city lord would regain his vitality in an instant, and his lifespan would increase significantly as a result. The problem was that his pill recipes required extremely rare and valuable herbs. Leaving aside whether he could find them in the divine armament world, the chances of finding them in a small Heavenly Martial City were slim to none. Besides, Yang Kai did not know anything about the life extension pills that Gao Xinpeng planned to refine, or what kind of effects they had. But if he could gain the trust of Heavenly Martial City's city lord, then he could enter the city lord's mansion in advance. Under those circumstances, he was bound to run into Gao Xinpeng once the latter arrived. That was why Yang Kai planned to prepare some pills that would strengthen and regulate one's vitality. These pills were relatively easy to refine, and more importantly, the required herbs were not that rare. He should be able to find them in Heavenly Martial City. If Heavenly Martial City's city lord consumed the pills that Yang Kai refined over the long term, living for a few additional years would not be an issue. The night passed peacefully, and when dawn broke the next day, Du Yu returned with a large bundle of herbs. Good work, Yang Kai nodded. She smiled. It's an honor for this mistress to share your worries, sir. Do you need anything else? No, you can leave. Yes. Du Yu retreated respectfully. Only then did Yang Kai take out a rudimentary and simple-looking alchemy furnace and several fiery red stones. This alchemy furnace was something he found in Void Spirit Sword sect's storehouse. He did not know how many years it had been left there, but it was probably a relic left behind by one of the alchemists in the sect from several generations ago. There were quite a few of these alchemy furnaces in Void Spirit Sword sect's storehouse. In fact, Wan Ying and the 2 other disciples learning alchemy had also obtained one each. The fiery red stones were the radiant flame stones. Yang Kai had no alchemy flame of his own, and there was no earth fire to borrow here either. Hence, he could only use the radiant flame stones for alchemy. The vitality pill that he planned to refine was not complicated. He would have easily succeeded in refining these pills in the outside world, but unfortunately, it would take some effort for him to refine them in this place. 2 days later, Yang Kai finished refining a bottle of vitality pills. These dark red pills were around the size of soybeans, and one small bottle contained 100 pills in total. Yang Kai summoned Shi Minghui and sent the latter to offer up 2 of the vitality pills to the city lord's mansion. As long as the city lord's mansion could verify the efficacy of the vitality pills, they would surely invite him over for a discussion. At that time, he could openly stay in the city lord's mansion and wait for Gao Exa and Peng to arrive. Contrary to his expectations, however, Shi Minghui vanished without a trace. Despite waiting for an entire day, Shi Minghui did not return, and no one appeared from the city lord's mansion. Thus, Yang Kai faintly realized that something had gone wrong and instructed Du Yu to ask around for information. The outcome left him stunned. It would seem that women were indeed much easier to talk to, more so if the woman was as beautiful and well endowed as Du Yu.